Camera looked a little laggy there for a second. Looks fine now. 1 second. Got to get the Stream Deck back up and running. And yeah, what's everyone up to? There we go. Okay. All right, so we'll start some work. We will call this edit or org team management. So hold on. Yeah. Sorry. Work had a thing they want me to look at. And you guys aren't seeing my screen. Hold on. I got to fix that real quick. I don't know what it is or why. But the USB gets wonky when the camera turns off. Oh, that was my knee popping. Ugh. Whew. Hey, what's up, Sergeant Pepper? We're just getting started today. And yeah, for some reason the music stops when I do that too. There we go. Whew. Thanks, Battle Gnome. We were waiting for you. All right, let's make sure I'm in focus. Camera looks a little stuttery. It's not terrible, right? It looks fine. I typically try and start by 1:30 p.m. most days. Okay, memory pressure seems all right. Okay, so we pulled in everything. We started a new work item. What's up? How you doing, Ike? All right, so this is the APIs. This is Mix. Start that server, and we're good. Should probably look at... We should probably look at some of those things eventually. Hold on. Oh, you were asking Battle Gnome when he streams again. Oh, got it. I thought you were asking me. My bad. Okay, so yeah, that PR is done. I don't think we need that right now. Tokens will reset in 2 days. I forgot to bring up the dashboard. And what's up, Moshika? How you doing? Wait. Oh, do we have an ad going right now? Oh, we do. I will be. We're not using it right now. Like I don't have anything I need feature flagged at the moment. But as we start adding just all sorts of stuff, we will do feature flagging. And yeah, I actually have some like bugs and stuff to fix for Vexilla, so it'll be a while, but yeah. Always stuff to do. All right, so we've got this page loaded. Yeah, this button's disabled state just seems a little bit off. Yeah. Well, that's not the important part right now. Let's see. New org. That's fine. Through a panel in Dreamweaver. Um, Notepad++ had a similar thing where you could sync your settings nice and easy. All right, so yeah, the team management part of things. Okay, just double checking. Yeah, so what do we want it to look like? It's going to be pretty basic. We just want to list out all of the users. Let's go look at the API real quick. So yeah, org user controller here. All right, so we get org ID that way. Now listing the org user's response. Yeah. So one thing, I don't think we have all of that in there. Let's go look at what is on an org user. We're going to need some more props on this. So what we want to do is we want to be able to invite a user. Nice. Hell yeah, Owen. So invited at, and then maybe invitation accepted at would be two like time values we need. Invited by ID. Invite accepted at. And then, yeah, invite code. Is that everything we end up needing? It's going well there, Cosmic. I don't really think we're going to need all of these immediately. Like the invited by ID, we might not show anywhere. Nice, Battle Gnome. Yeah, sounds fun. Yeah, I don't think we're going to have name. Yeah, all right. So we'll save that. We'll call those good. If we need more stuff, we'll add it later. Ah, I'm forgetting one step. Oh, wrong one. All right, so then we go to that migration, and before we start doing that part, we should stop the server, roll back the database. And then we can make our modifications. Because it's just not worth making another migration at the moment, right? All right, so then add. Okay. So yeah, we got those indexes. We'll call that good. Run the migration. We got to run our seeds. All right, and servers back up. All right, so now that we've got org users kind of set up for that, there we go. Org user controller. And yeah, name. I don't remember if we even have name. All right, so then here, email, role, invited at, invited by, invite accepted at, invite code. Sure. All right, so now that we got that, we need to go double check some of this. Okay, so now it's in the accounts repo. Let's make sure I'm centered in the screen properly. Whew. All right. All right, so we get that part. But we don't get the email. So yeah, we need to join. There we go. Yes, that should be enough for that part. So list org users by org ID. Here in org controller, nope, org user controller. Yeah, I think that's fine. So we just need to update how the JSON works. Yeah, we don't need to pattern match that. We can just pass it. All right, so now on the front end, let's say that's an org level thing. Get org team. Yeah. All right. So one thing I want to do first, though, is we need to do that to rebuild things. All right. So then on the... Where is it? Yes, org settings page. At the top, we want to do a fetch. Oh, interesting. 7 Deadly Seas. That sounds like a fun one. Is my chair lower than it should be? Hold on. Yeah, we had a little bit of drift there. Oh, but now it's like a little higher than it should be. 1 second. Let me just fiddle with the camera. 1 second, 1 second. All right, good enough. So yeah, what we want is, we'll say org users It's not an atom. All right. Pet food guy. Doesn't look like Linux. No, I'm on a Mac. And yes. Now, right, because we refreshed the database, we needed to log out. No, I've never coded on Windows on this stream. Okay, so that fetch for team is incorrect because I messed that up. What's up, Sheckler? How you doing? Been a little bit. Okay, so org users totally worked. Nailed it. Except hmm. Yeah, well, there's pretty much no reason to need the org user ID. Yeah. So the big thing I want to change here. All right, number one in our seed script. here's our main thing. What's up, Bible? How you doing? All right, there we go. Sorry, armrests weren't at the right level. And we might as well kill the database and restart one more time. Yep. All right, it's this one. All right, seeds have been run. And what's up, Swag Dev? Oh, pet food guy. I see your comment there. Got a kick out of the Linux trend following making a sarcastic joke. Got it. Yeah, no worries. And yeah, seating is really nice. Right, rather than having to go through and do all the click ops and all that BS. Yeah, way nice. So we've definitely got a bug with that. Pet food guy says they had an intern spend an entire day creating dummy data. You still laugh about it, right? Yeah, yeah. They could have just scripted out some seeds and then they would have had a clean slate. Yep. Blue Sky is decentralized. I would recommend reading up on the AT protocol here. That was the end of that album. Let me get another. Ooh, looks like we got some new albums to check out, too. Yeah, let's do that first. I mean, it depends their battle gnome. Yeah, that form. Totally broken. But, yeah, let's look at this. Thanks, Iro. All right, so we're definitely able to get the org users. Yep. It does look like we fetched it twice. Three times. This shouldn't be firing twice, though. Yeah, something here is off. Oh. Let me try the song command one more time, because that's not the album. Okay. Yeah, it looks like the browser extension crashed. So, easy fix. Yeah, I don't know. We'll let it fire twice for now. We'll add it to do. That's the correct song right there. Yeah. Yeah, super weird to me. But okay, so we get down to the team members section. All right, so that's not accurate. Name, we're not going to have. And yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think that's going to be right. What's up, Stack Overchill? We are building out team management stuff. All right, so we're here in a row. That doesn't need that. Not yet. All right, and then this ends up being a drop down. All right, so then edit and delete will be their own thing. It's an interesting album. I'd say it's not terrible. Hasn't really grabbed me yet, though. Okay, this is not bad. Okay. So yeah, we want to do two things. we want to do item center and justify between. Ooh, yeah, I kind of like this. All right, so now we get that over there. All right, so then what we want to do is we're going to make this a div. And we'll say that is that for now, but we want to change that. We're going to create a component here. And it's not org user, it's going to be roll pill. And instead of directly printing the role, invite accepted at is another thing. So then if invite accepted at is not there, and hold on. Badge is what we're calling it. Invite pending. And yeah, we're not using this yet. So then here, Almost forgot to wrap that. Okay. So then we want to do something like this. All right, so now instead of where we are listing the role, all right, hold on. This song's getting a little too crunchy. But all right. All right, hold on. Yeah, we're gonna skip this song. So yeah, role and invite accepted it. And yeah, we'll just put this back to that. Right, not edit. Yep. I think green 500's a bit much. All right, yeah, this song's getting good. All right. So the next part we want to do is we've got our list here, but we probably want to do an invite button somewhere. We'll put the invite button next to the title. And man, I went to get my enhanced driver's license. Well, technically, I went yesterday, but I missed my number being called because they said it was going to be 3 hours. I'm not going to sit there for 3 hours. So I came back, did some work, and then went back and I missed it by like 10 minutes, which is annoying. So then today I'm like, oh, I'm going to wake up early and get there. The line to like get your number, right? Because you got to do like a check in. That line was out the door. Easily 50 people. Like, what the fuck? So, yeah, that's fun. So, in the US, we need a thing called a real ID now. In Washington state, we have the idea of an enhanced driver's license, which is a real ID compatible ID, but it also allows you to, like, go to Canada without a passport because we're right on the border. So it's not something I've needed before, but now you can't fly in the US without a real ID. So the enhanced driver's license fills that void. No, that's a commercial driver's license. So yeah, we'll put that button above that title, or not above, in the title. All right. New org user dialog. We don't have as state. Oop. Oh, so it's doing that. We are going to have that dialogue, so it makes sense. New org user dialog is actually the one that we care about. And org user form doesn't exist. All right, so let's try and fix at least a few of these errors. Delete org dialog. You know what? Yeah, we'll do the delete org dialog later. But we got a bug there now. Rebuild the SDK. We'll cast that. I'm okay with it. And man, yeah, we've edited this whole file now. This PR is gonna be gross. Okay. But we should be able to pop that open. There's nothing in it yet. And creating a new user, we're gonna send right, so we need the email address and their permission. And that's it. See how much of this we can call good. All right, let's double check that at the top. Just want to make sure it didn't import anything from Radix, and it didn't. Yep, we're good there. Ooh, and this form schema. This is going to be org user form schema. Cancelable. Yeah, I think that's fine. Yeah, what we end up needing is another button. And yeah, let's throw that form in there. We'll do that part for now. Ooh, and we're so close, but yeah, the role cannot be none. And yeah, org user. Yeah, org user doesn't go in there. We're going to have just like a separate dialog for editing the user's permission. That'll be a separate thing. So then org user here doesn't exist. Cancelable, we can just get rid of. There we go. Yeah, cool. All right, so the default value there. Um, all right, so hold on. It's giving you a cartoony vibe. It's just fun. It's called Neo-Brutalism. It's my first time using it. I wanted to give it a shot on something this kind of like small in scope is just more fun. Okay, and then the on submit. Oh, create org user params. Yeah, that is actually incorrect. We got a backend thing to fix. So yeah, create org user params, email. We also end up needing role. Cool. Okay, cool. So the next step, right? Read, write, admin. We'll call that good. None is not acceptable there, which is fine for now. Here. Ooh, we don't actually want to return the invite code. And what's up, Ethan? How you doing? Picked up a sous vide. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, it massively ups your steak game. It is. To me, it's essential for cooking a steak at this point. So we can do that. So yeah, this is actually wrong. Yeah, we'll call that good. But hold on. Okay, so now we need to go create org user. And we'll say org users just to keep it consistent. You can still do that there, Celestial. Nothing prevents you from doing that. There's a very big difference between a website and a web application. If you want to make a website, yeah, do it. Go for it. But a web application just can't be a static site. Whatever. Throw it up on NeoCities. Who cares? Look at it this way. I think it's ryanflorence.com. Oh, he redirects now? No. He used to have an epic website. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, I was going to go check the archive right now. Oh, Wayback Machine. That's what I was looking for. No? Oh, come on. Let's go to last year or something. There you go. This was Ryan Florence's website, right? One of the core creators of React Router, and this is what his website looked like. Exactly, right? Like, who cares, man? You can prove yourself with more than just your own personal website. Now, if you are trying to get a job and you haven't proven yourself, well, then yeah, use your personal website as a way to showcase your skills. If you have other things that showcase your skills, you can get away with this, no problem. Exactly. Yeah. Hold on. Sweet Flame Image by Code Hitchhiker. Oh no, we're not listening to something with the lyrics. How dare they? How dare they? All right, let's just try a few of these. Some Morgan Willis. Can't remember if he sings or not. He does. What about Ollie Ride? We'll see if he sings too. So Shaka Bruh. Return to normal. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Gotta get rid of this singing. Big old nope. Let's try this album. Return to normal hours after October. That never happens. But October's a long way away. I don't know. That's That's something only you can decide there, Shakabra. How badly do you need the job? Okay, hold on. I do have to pass something. Sorry. One of our best ambassadors. Uh, damn it. Why do they keep singing? This is synthwave, man. I just want the synthwave. How dare they? Getting tired of trying out new artists. All right, let's try this one. All right, all right. So let's do this. We create a new user. This is the on submit. All right. So what all is this missing? Okay, so one thing. All right, so that should be good there now. All right, let's try it out. Error creating org user. Anything featuring someone on this person's album is probably going to have singing, so I'll skip those songs. It's only 2 of them. Next one isn't for a bit. Damn it! All right, I was wrong. I just keep giving some of these artists a try, and I probably shouldn't. I'm in the mood to discover some new music, though. So we're going to keep giving some a try. Whatever. I have no idea, Diva. I don't game on Linux. Not sure. You probably want to opt for whatever the most used one is, but I don't know how many games actually work on Linux. Probably just Ubuntu. Anyone here game on Linux? And what's up, Mr. Friend? How you doing? But yeah, for compatibility reasons, you should probably go with like the most used one, which I think is Ubuntu, but I don't know. Like in general, it's not worth it for the street cred of running Linux. Like if you want stuff to just work, just get Windows. Oh, I'm liking this song though. And Mint is basically like a flavor of Ubuntu, right? Okay, so maybe it's fine. Yeah, maybe Linux is fine. Go for it. A lot of games work on Linux these days. I think Steam did a really good job of making that happen because they use Linux on the Steam Deck. But I think there are still like driver issues you may end up running into. Did I ever hit that convention? You mean the AT protocol one? What other convention? Oh, it wasn't a convention. It was a meetup. The AI one? Yeah, I didn't make it to the AI one yesterday. I did go to the concert afterwards, though, and it was good. Yeah, it was pretty solid. I almost expected more of, like Yukimi's to do some, like, Little Dragon songs. She only did one. But it was a good show. And I had to give it a shot. I had the hold on, did I actually take a photo of it? I think I did take a photo of it. Oh, I definitely did. Pretty solid Philly cheesesteak. I don't know. You guys can't see it that well, but pretty solid. Here's maybe one of the better photos I took of the show. Yeah, it was solid. I'm glad she had like a full band. What is a chill music group? You instantly think of Little Dragon? Yeah, yeah, they're good. I don't know if I've had any Jamaican food. I've had like, like the jerk seasoning for like chicken wings, but no, I've never had Jamaican food. Yeah, I don't mind spice. All right, so yeah, this did not work because it couldn't pattern match that endpoint. So that's a back end problem. Yeah, I'm on a Mac. Yeah, I mean, I game on a PC though. I don't care about street cred for stuff like operating system. I think that is a meaningless status symbol. Some people like to identify by things like that. I just don't care. I'm going to use the thing that makes it as easy as possible for me to do the thing I want to do with it. Aha! So that would be it. What for gaming? Debo? It's a bit older. I don't know. I don't remember what CPU I got. I did just upgrade it, but I don't have the box anymore, so I don't know. And it's only got a 1080 in it, but the 1080 still nails it. Like, there's not a single game I've wanted to play that I couldn't play. Do I get like the absolute best frame rates? Not all the time. Yeah, exactly. I have been thinking about upgrading at some point. I feel like a 4070 would be nice. Maybe a 5070. Like, I don't care that much. I don't think I need to go full on like 5080 or 90 style. Let me double check that. Hold on. 5060? I'm not gonna go as low as a 60. Yeah, so I'd basically double my performance. For not much more money, theoretically. Yeah. Yeah, I'd basically double performance by going with a 5070, so I might do that eventually. I kind of like to wait a little bit just because like drivers and stuff. I remember Thor having major problems with a bunch of games recently, like Path of Exile, just because the drivers weren't ready yet. You're on a Titan RTX. Came out in 2018. Like, what series is it? Right? That's probably like the 20 series? 5060 Ti? All right, let's look at all these real quick. So, yeah, 5070 Ti would, if I am gonna upgrade, I'd probably want to go with the Ti. I just don't think a 5060 Ti is worth it for my budget. I mean, the price per performance isn't that amazing, right? It's basically an extra $300 for like a 14% bump. If money is no object, I mean, if money is no object, I just build a whole brand new PC. Because I'm currently limited by this motherboard anyway. Ooh. So hold on. It's actually going to be ID instead of org ID. Lil Sap, even the 3000 series is good enough. Is it? Hold on, let me double check this. 3070 versus the 5060 is about the same. Damn! The 4070 Ti Super is not worth it though. Yeah. Like, do I want to spend basically $1,000 to upgrade? I don't know. Considering that like a whole brand new PC would be way more than that, it's probably worth it as a stopgap. Ended up with a 4070 Super, not Ti. I mean, it doesn't look terrible. No, that's pretty solid. Cheaper than the 5070. Save and wait for Black Friday with all the tariff stuff. I mean, technically the tariffs aren't priced in for a lot of stuff yet. So if you could get it now, you might be better off. For video encoding? I mean, no, I have a stream PC that does the video encoding part there, Crispy. I don't want to get too deep into that stuff, Mr. Friend. Many retailers have not bumped up their pricing completely yet. Right? Because everything takes time. The tariff costs, like being shipped by boat, aren't going to be realized until those boats actually get here, and that takes weeks. Yeah, if I don't buy it, then no need. What do you mean by that, Crispy? What would DLSS 4 be necessary for? That's just the upscaling stuff, right? That's fine. Sure. Right now, the 1080 works. That's all I need. Okay, so I was matching in the wrong place. They're saying it's at line 47. And wait, Lil Seth, what is that? What's a retro tank? Never even heard of it. Oh, it looks like it is org ID. The backend language that I'm using is Elixir. It's just a language, man. And hold on, Fader, what did you ask? Um, like Fader, you should just get good at learning languages, man. We tend to recommend for beginners free code camp, but just because you learn the languages that they teach you there doesn't mean you have to use them forever. Typically, language questions like that are garbage. You should get good at learning new languages. But yeah, like you're already fucking up. By going around and asking people's opinions, you're actually just delaying making a decision. Gumboat's trolling. Gumboat, I would recommend adding a kappa to anything that you would make facetiously as a statement. Beginners don't. I mean, okay. If you want to get timed out, then go for it. I'm being serious, man. We don't want to mislead beginners just because you want to have a fun moment. All right? Use the kappa or don't chat. Maybe Fader, maybe not. On the internet, right? Read about Poe's law. Sarcasm does not transfer very well. I wouldn't recommend boot.dev for basic learning. I just don't think it's the right way to go. I don't think any of these video courses are actually the right way for beginners. And that's fine, Space Case, but you're not a beginner. So your opinion isn't actually that great. If you already know some programming languages, then learning another one is not a big deal. I will never recommend a paid site for beginners. It's a terrible idea. Yeah. Okay, so uh I mean, Fader, you should really trust your ability to just Google for things. That's the number one skill you need to build. Oh, but Nightbot deleted it because it thought you did a link. Oh, Stack Overchill. Nightbot got you. Yeah, sorry, Fader. Like, no matter what, you're just giving yourself decision paralysis. Make a choice, do it, and eventually you might change, but who cares right now? By not doing it, you're just procrastinating making that decision. Like, get started right now. Just do it. Don't ask more people. Don't just poll for more opinions. Just start. All right, so the part that we're on. Oh, and yeah, in create org user, we're going to have to actually create the user itself too. Maybe Crispy. I I still think Free Code Camp is better because it's just a website. You don't need to download any tools. You don't need to install anything, right? All those things are just speed bumps into seeing results as quick as possible. There's a reason I recommend Free Code Camp. There are lots of reasons I recommend Free Code Camp. Having to install a compiler or any bullshit is getting in your way when you're first starting out. Too many people burn out because of that. Right? You want the least amount of barriers to entry. HTML, you see immediately. CSS, you can style it, and you can feel productive. And that's how you get hooked. That gradual process. If there's any setup ahead of time, that is one of the ways that people just stop doing it. Mr. Friend, that's not what they were talking about. They're talking about the content going too quickly, right? You can always slow down video. Got it. I was wondering what Celestial said. All right, so org ID, user ID. Role is required. Email is done elsewhere. I mean, I have a bias, Crispy. Like, that's how I did it. My path into programming was literally HTML with GeoCities, CSS with MySpace, ActionScript with Flash. Fast forward 10 years, I already had the fundamentals, you know? And then I started doing PHP for WordPress and other stuff. Zanga allowed JS? Okay, yeah, I never did Zanga. Someone was telling me that there was limited JS you could do with MySpace. I don't remember that whatsoever. I'm wondering if maybe they were thinking of Zanga. What does git log s do? I'm actually curious about that real quick. Oh, it's a search. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Celestial, you may also check out Git Kraken. Sorry, Git Lens. Because it's got some decent search capability too. Right? Like, it may actually be looking only at the commit messages. It might not be the source code. I'm trying to think. How would I double check that? Yeah, this might just be... This might just be the messages. Oh, hold on. Let me check something. Sorry, 1 second. Quick work thing. Okay, sorry. Just, technically, I'm still working. And I may be doing some just pass-through communication for our main ambassador. And hold on. Yeah, like a source search would not be a bad idea. Yeah, let me post that real quick. Yeah, I passed that on. I think that's actually really good. Yeah, that was a good recommendation. And then hold on, real quick. Um, you have been using GitLens, but it's a lot of new info. Yeah, I mean, there's certain things that are really cool. Like the commit graph is awesome just for like visualizing this stuff and making it interactive and being able to like, actually interact with it. It goes a little bit deeper than VS Code's native one, like their graph. Um, I think Launchpad is huge. But, you're not going to offend me if you don't use it. Okay, so Cat Devman. Yeah, I don't remember MySpace doing JavaScript at all. I think Tech Savvy Travi was thinking of Zanga. I could be wrong. I just don't remember that anywhere. Those were the days no one was thinking about XSS. I mean, they started thinking about it real quick. All right. So double checking. And yeah, the Space Station 13 thing is like a multiplayer game. So yeah, you definitely can't add anything that would harm the experience for people. You need to set it up for checking out PRs. Sure. Yeah, that's one good use case. Oh, and I just realized I let something slip. I need to organize a call with a couple people. Shit. I can't. Yeah. Oh, man. Yep. No, it's one of those things where someone had some feedback that they wanted to pass on to someone. And they wanted to, like, do, like, a user thing. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So I'll need to set that up tonight. Yeah, I need a better way of oh, let me get more music on. I need a better way of keeping track of some of like the ad hoc things that aren't necessarily like on my work plate. And what's up, Ash? How you doing? Oh, and hold on, Lil Seth. So yeah, upscaler called GBS that you can build yourself. Uses custom firmware with an Arduino. Okay, so RetroTink is an upscaler for retro games. Oh, that sounds cool. I'd never even heard of that. No, that sounds real cool. I feel like you could just do it software wise, right? Like those ROMs aren't chewing up that much. All right, cool. And yeah, let's pour a beverage real quick. All right. And yeah, how's everyone's Thursday, your pre-Friday going? Yeah, I think a lot of countries actually celebrate a holiday today, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm a collector. I collect tabs. Yeah, Spain and Russia do as well. I think Russia. I know Spain does because I can see on the calendar where they list like what each like office's holidays are. All right, so then yeah, back to this part. I'm not in Alaska there, Robert Tables. So Lil Seth, problem with software is latency. I get that, but I don't know. For certain games, it's probably fine. Like, how much overhead does it really take? Yeah, Lil Sap. I wouldn't actually be doing PS2 games. I'm only thinking of one game that I want to play, and that would be Shadowrun on the SNES. I'd love an upscaled version of that. That'd be cool. Yeah, what I'm thinking of is just like the ROM. So I wouldn't need to have a Super Nintendo. I could just own the ROM, or I could own the cartridge, and then that gives me license to use the ROM. I'm confused, Mr. Friend. Do you want to know? I'm a developer advocate at Gatecracking. Yes, it is. Yeah, remote's great. All right. Yeah, hold on. Let me do this. I gotta pass on a quick question. Okay, sorry, 1 second. Okay, cool. Okay, so hold on. I got to double check one thing for work. And yeah, how's everyone's day going? Damn, it is warm out there. Oof. Like it is hot in this room already. 26.4 degrees. That's like, what is that in Celsius? Dude, 80 already? Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out an AC situation here soon. So yeah, hold on. We got a lot of people out there that use GitLens, right? Is there anyone that would consider themselves a GitLens power user? I mean, nothing specific, but we may be able to get like a GitLens power user into our ambassador program, which is basically you get a free license to GitLens, like to the whole GitKraken platform. Yeah, so I don't know, like I'd love to hear more about like what features you use and things like that. Is there ever like a chance of you maybe making blog posts or doing anything like that? It would be a real easy sell. Okay, sorry. One second. I just got to pass this back. Oh, hold on. It has to be at least 35 Celsius for people there to start feeling hot. Dude, nah, man. Yeah, I do not handle the heat well. Like, I am melting at 80 degrees Celsius. Or 80, well, 80 degrees Celsius, we'd all be melting. I'm melting at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Oh, and hold on, we skipped this. Yeah, sorry guys, I just have some stuff I gotta pass on. Sorry, just so much stuff. Yeah, no, that sounds great, Ash. Yeah. Yeah, might be worth chatting. Oh, and Lil Seth, Episfox. No, I've never watched any of their stuff. I feel like I only know of them through Finite Singularity. Uh, Whiskey Lemonade. All right. So yeah, sorry, got distracted. So the to do here. Um, Sweet. Yeah, now here's what we'll do then. All right, so those are the only things we got to pass in. And then, yeah, we do that. So then that we don't need. Okay, so then, yeah, name, email. So name is a value that it is there. All right, let's pour another one of these. Ah, okay, so hold on. Who was it that mentioned getlog-s? Yeah, okay. Yeah, who was that? Man, sorry, I mixed up who might have said that. Was that Mr. Friend? And motivational. Ooh, good name. Celestial. Yeah, okay, Celestial. Are you out there still? Oh, let's do a second one of these, just cuz. So yeah, Celestial might have stepped away. If we see him again today or maybe tomorrow, I will let them know that that functionality is actually there. That's pretty cool. Rum and Mountain Dew. Ooh, I'm not aware of anything. Well, maybe vodka would work in Mountain Dew. But yeah, I'm not aware of anything that would mix well with Mountain Dew. I would assume gin would be terrible too. I could see something like a shot working maybe, like Jaeger bomb style. Call it a dewdrop. Okay. Mountain Dew, Red Bull, and vodka, like all three mixed together. Oh, that sounds like I'd call that the heart attack. Oh, that'd be tougher. Dewdrop is actually a brand. Oh. Oh, Tullamore Dew has a thing they call the Dewdrop. Tullamore Dew's a solid Irish whiskey, actually. And oof, yeah, we're getting the facial flushing a little bit. All right, so yeah, back to it. Name, email, last login. Ooh, and that was the end of that album. Yeah, let's do this one. Okay, so as required, name, email, last login at, we can leave. I probably want to do the same thing here, right? So as far as like what's required, invite accepted at can be empty. Invited by ID, invited at is required. Invite code is required. Yeah. Okay. So then we go back to these parts. Yeah, create user, easy enough. Create org user. Yeah, we just don't have to pass that. Invite code will generate. Invited at is good enough there. Yeah, so hold on. Elixir merge structs. How do we do that again? Yeah, so we can do that part. We'd also just do map.merge. I think map.merge is more explicit. All right, so then We go back to org user controller. We create the user and we get the ID. You've joined the Vibe Coders. There you go, Code Spent. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what Replic's doing is cool. I don't like the CEO. You know, no reasons. No, there are reasons, but they're not worth digging into. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And it was actually a work project? Really? That's even cooler. You're hosting a Ford hackathon this month. Oh, that's fun. I like that. Yeah, we just did a hackathon at Get Kraken recently. Just the beanie. So, org ID, user ID, role, and invited by ID. I think that's all we need. Yeah, I bet. Ooh, and yes, I think I'm at a point where I would like to get that like user interview going. So basically, Code Spent. I've got like 3 repos that you could like clone down. Technically, I've got some scripts where if you have like the GitHub CLI installed, then you can like automatically fork them, and then using just Git, it'll clone them. So I got some scripts there to make that a little easier. Um, but yeah, I think yeah, getting like a CLI user interview going would be really cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll end up sending you a link in which you can like schedule the time yourself. So then it's totally up to you. And I think I have it synced to both my calendars. So yeah, maybe I'll send you that link here probably over the weekend. Oh, and I'm bummed. My proposal for Carolina Code Conf got denied. That would have been a cool one. All right, so let's start this back up. All right, so time zone database is up to date. Nice. I like the fact that they do that. So now let's try this. We hit refresh. We go to add a new user, and this would be foo@example.com. All right, so we get a failure. Why? Ah, yeah. Oh, right, Alex? Yeah, for sure. Right, and this is something that, like, vibe coding won't ever do for you. You know? But, yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Damn, someone is smoking some weed tough out there. So curious who it is. I know, Coach Spent. Like, you're smoking so heavy that I can smell it all the way here in Washington. You just moved all your tabs into a text doc so you can play with them. 227 total. Oh, do you got a roommate, Code Spent? That would make sense. No, and it started up recently, so it's got to be someone that just moved in. Yeah. The we're sorry. Yeah, exactly. Unlikely, Dev J. Oh, that would be solid. Yeah. Hell yeah, Code Spent. There you go. Yeah, exactly, code spent. Meanwhile, you could be like me and waste all your tokens generating commit messages and PRs. All right. So yeah, that should be the fix there now. Interesting. So we got a 422. All right. So what did we actually post? So I don't see anything in the body. I get it there, Cudspin. Nailed it. Solid joke. Oh, I think I see it. No, no, that seems right. Well, maybe. Yeah, new org user. Email and role. Email and role. Yeah. All right, so we actually get to the point where we created the user ID. Normally, the change set would yell at us. So we see invited by ID. We see the user ID. So it had to do with this. User ID and org ID failed something here. What's up, Palisite? How you doing? The code is Elixir. Ooh, pending might be what we want to do there, actually. Palisite, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Okay, so that should actually tell us what we're missing. Oh, but we need to go back and make it have those required values. Wait, so now we're not getting the 422 at all. Wait, what? So it was only failing. Yeah, that's a strange one. All right, well, I don't know what that fix was or what we're doing wrong or what happened at all, but all right. Works for me. Okay, so then here on the front end, Okay, so we probably want to be consistent about the cog button, right? And I'm not sure the raised button within an already raised thing is appropriate. All right, so we do that, keep that consistent. Here, I think it's fine because it's outside of a card. Okay, yeah, that looks okay for now. Hey, what's up, Frank? How you doing? All right, so we can add team members. We probably need to get the delete going. You're doing well? Nice. And yeah, great feedback. I need to pass that on. Like really, I don't need to pass it on so much as I just need to like make the changes. So yeah, that's on me. I will totally do that. I think that's probably something I'll work on tonight, along with some video stuff, and yeah, should be good. So thank you for your feedback. Like really awesome of you. Um, were there some good things I could pass on as well? I mean, progress is a thing too. So the flow's nice so far, right? Okay. So Yeah, when you say less commands, like you mean like less effort to do the thing, basically? Yeah. Yeah, would you mind sending that to me over in the Slack, right? Basically that same comment. That way I can like sandwich it with some of the other feedback. Yeah, that'd be great. It's just easier for me to copy when it's over there. Otherwise, I'll forget it, and then Twitch chat's so ephemeral that I'll never be able to find it again. But yeah, thank you. All right, so yeah, we got some state we want to do. Yeah. So let's grab this. Because it's some bug where it can't figure out exactly what it's trying to annotate. Let's go find like a better example so it makes more sense. So here we're annotating this ending bracket where name is showing because that's the prop that started it. So it's basically just a way of giving you context of the ending brackets of certain sections. So like this if selected org, etc. But then there are certain things where it bails out and breaks. I feel like it wasn't this bad before, but VS Code updated something about how it interacts with the language server, I think. So JSTS biscuits here is the thing that we're looking for, or the thing that I'm using. But yeah, it breaks on JSX files for some reason. So yeah, I've got HTML, CSS, JSTS, and assorted biscuits. One of these days, assorted biscuits will jump ahead of JSTS, but HTML biscuits is probably the most useful one. Less useful when you're using Tailwind, but still valuable. And yeah, instead of showing like the shrug, it should just not print anything, right? We just haven't touched any of that code for a long time. All right, so that becomes the on delete. All right, so delete org user doesn't exist. All right, so here in org user controller, we got the delete, and it's going to be org ID ID. And we don't actually need to do that. Okay, so we do that part. We need to go to here and update our delete org user. All right, so has no local return. Wait, what? Oh, it does need to be delete all. All right, so let's try that out. All right, so that's already broken on the front end. Easy fixes. This may be why it's a good thing I didn't remove all of this yet. Okay, so now if we go try and delete that, nothing happens. Okay, so then where we are doing this, are you sure you want to... Hey. All right. I am. Yep. Oh. Yeah, I quite like it. I need to respond to the person that I am in contact with at the company. Hold on, let me double check on some stuff. And thank you, Frank. I appreciate that message. It's about time for me to use the restroom real quick. But yeah, so the error we're getting here is like a value couldn't be cast. Oh. Yeah, hold on. Yes, I know exactly what's going wrong with that. I'm going to fix it before we even do anything else. The ID there is actually... Oh. No, it is orguser.id. Well, hold on. It's a front-end bug because of how we're passing the value. Okay, so selected org ID, org user ID. We shouldn't be getting user right there. I think I know the fix. Yeah, that was the mistake there. Ooh, okay, so we shouldn't have actually closed that. No function clause matching. So that's another thing. The language is Elixir on the back end. But let me get another album going, and let me use the restroom real quick. Yeah, BRB. We'll figure out what this bug is. Okay. And regardless of the language, you just you like seeing something get built? Yeah, I think. I don't know. Yeah, this is definitely like my core focus of the stream. Just building stuff, you know? I really enjoy it. TypeScript, Freddy. Sorry. Just popping a couple quail eggs. They're pretty good. And 7 of them is only 100 calories. It is 68% of daily cholesterol, though. So that's not ideal. All right, so the failure of this endpoint. All right, last one. So it actually did get deleted. So why do we think that failed? It's hitting the fallback controller. But why? Oh, I think the width there is wrong. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's working. All right, so then what I think I want to do is here in org user item. Actually, we don't need the Boolean part. This is just going to be org user. Yeah, user is the value we want to listen to. So we'll bring in that value. Okay, here we go. So what we'll maybe want to do is just pass in like current user. And maybe it's just current user ID. Okay, so then from there, we do that. And here we just need to rebuild the SDK because we updated some stuff. Ooh, but maybe I didn't. Okay, so that part's good, but this is yelling at us now. And part of that issue is simply because our controller doesn't have user ID coming back. Sure. Okay, and then yeah, instead of current user ID, we want to pass in current user. Oh shit. See, our role doesn't come back on that. It's on selected org. Ah. Uh, so hold on. I gotta fix this. And hey, what's up, Bob? How you doing? So if they are not the current user, or if they are not admin. Oh, and it's because we're not actually passing it in. There we go. Boom. Or, yeah, instead of hiding it if we're not admin, we just disable it. What does what do, Mr. Friend? Yeah, all right. So we can add and delete. We cannot edit permissions. So we need to do that part next. All right, so here we go. On click. All right, so edit the user with email, blah, blah, blah. And then from there, select. All right, so then from there, and yeah, this file is getting a bit big. All right, so set is submitting to false. instead of on submit, this becomes on edit. All right, so we'll do string there, and then sure. Yeah, I think that part works there. All right, so yeah, on edit is not a function because we're not passing it. Okay, so now we got some backend stuff to do. So we see create org user params. What about update org user params? Email, we do not update. Yeah, currently role is the only thing we do. Okay. And yeah, this is flawed. All right, so then here, all right, so then org ID, org user ID. Yep. Okay. So that should get validated just fine. Then here in org service, we've got get create. We're going to do the update here. Bring in that import. Ooh, okay. So yeah, that fix, that'll be easy. Okay, so that should be good for updating the user. Let's double check. We can go to here. Um, we were up to like 70 organically earlier. But between 50 and 70 is typically where we sit. There are days where it dips, also days where it goes up. But yeah, like we're sitting pretty with the viewer count for now, considering that we haven't gotten any raids today. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like, I haven't overdone it with the whiskey yet, and we're not talking politics, so that's a huge win. Speaking of, I should have another one. Yet. Yeah, yeah, come on. But yeah, we're also like hammering out the code at the moment because we've kind of done this feature somewhat recently. Like, this is one of the most recent things that we added to Walter before we switched over. So I kind of like just know most of the stuff that we want to do here. Yeah, come on, Frank. Let's keep the politics out of it. All right, so we got something weird there. I'll have to double check why that feels so weird. So yeah, ID is org user and org ID, and role read. Yeah, hold on. So let me get another album going. Hmm. Yeah. All right. Well, let me clear what we got here. So that did not update though. No idea, Mr. Friend. So yeah, form.control is the part we care about there. So then we get to here. And hold on. I mean, are you aware of the origin story? Basically, they were using a tool, and someone at the company they were using thought it would be a good idea to stop giving that tool for free to the Linux team or foundation or whatever. At which point, Linus was pissed and he decided to just make his own. He had envisioned it as what they would be using for Linux forever, right? Like, so yes, he definitely had at least that foresight of, yes, he wanted to build the tool that he would be using for his stuff. As far as other people adopting it, I don't think he thinks that far ahead. I don't think he cares. So hold on, wait. Are we able to? Oh, ah, hmm. Yeah, so there isn't like an on change event, it's on value change, which means that the create is also flawed. Okay. All right, so we still get this same failure, but we were at least able to get that drop down to get selected. So now what's our big issue here? No function clause matching. Oh, yeah, because we're not passing org user. Okay, so we got a roll null out of that. When I missed a few follows, Guardiel, thank you for that follow. Yeah, I totally missed that one. Sorry. All right, so we see the roll there is red. We didn't get an error here. But it's getting set to null. How? Oh, I saw it. Okay, so that's updating now. We're just not hiding it when we are successful. So we should do that. Org user form. We go into the edit. Oh, and it's not org user form. It's down here in org user item. Okay, so then the on edit up here in our list. Yep. We don't need the catch down in here, though. Okay, cool. So I actually want to. I want to pull this out. Okay, so maybe there's like another color we can do. For admin, it's green. For right, it's blue. Maybe read is purple? Yeah, I kind of like that. So bam, I think we knocked out the team member stuff. We could always make it look better. I'm sure there's something we could do there. And maybe the invite pending goes left next to the username. I think I like that. It's not bad. Yeah, all right. All right, so then creating a PR, it's going to be title and body. Add team management, and we can leave that empty. I mean, sure, it's the default for now. All right, let's head to GitHub. Let's get that stuff merged. Thank you for the follow, Aztec. Welcome. So yeah, I just added that as like a bit of feedback for work. It would be nice because I am in a workspace, right? GKWS list, right? We can see that I'm in the SkyFunnel active workspace. I should be able to maybe do like a GSWS pull and pull both, like all the repos within there, just to make sure I'm up to date. So yeah, okay. So let's go look at linear real quick. Looks like we got some stuff we can check off. Boom, nailed it. Done. Oh, I guess I could have done those separately too. All right. So yeah, soon we're gonna have to start doing the OAuth stuff. And I know there's a bunch of like little like fine-tuning things I want to fix, but we don't need to do that yet. But the goal would be have OAuth as the default, and then the Magic Link login would become a secondary thing that you could do. But yeah, when it comes to user settings, what would that look like? Ideally, yeah, like user settings right now, all we're going to have is the ability to change your name. And then maybe leave a team. As well as possibly deleting your user account. All right, so GK work start. User settings. And ooh, it's 7 p.m. already. I'll need to get food going here soon. I think I'm just gonna do chicken pot pies tonight. So yeah, let me get more music going. And I'll go heat up the oven. All right, so that one's in progress, but hold on. We want to go back to the list here. to the backlog. We're going to add another thing. This is going to be right, the dashboard homepage. Now, do we want to do that before we do the OAuth part? Right, add billing. That'll be a big one. Let's say billing goes before Discord and some of these other things. Hold on. Wait. So real quick, hold on. We're going to do this reply. For some reason, it's not showing me Dex. All right, so then what's the quote? Narful the Garthok? That's a solid reference, right? I think that was a solid reference, at least. All right, let's close at least a few of these tabs. And let me go turn on the oven. I think we're good. Turn on the oven. I'll have to throw the pot pies in a little bit, but yeah, let's do it. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry about the delay. Had to use the restroom too. And yeah, what's everyone up to? And yeah, what's in your stew, Full Dev? I'm really curious about that now. I've never made a stew. I want to get a crock pot. I want to get like a combination crock pot / pressure cooker. Anyone got any recommendations? I guess, does a hot pot work the same way? Right? Does hot pot do the pressure cooker and crock pot thing? An old aluminum alloy pot? Interesting. Why aluminum? No, hold on. I'm pretty sure these combos exist. Yeah, Instant Pot. That's the one I was thinking of. Instant Pot is one of those, yeah. So yeah, the Instant Pot guy just killed it by making this like multi-cooker. You have an Instant Pot? Okay. So yeah, pressure cooking, slow cooking. It's even a rice cooker. I think we all remember my story about my rice cooker. Wait, it even doubles as a kettle? No way. The big green egg seems really good too. Yeah, I've definitely seen those. But that's one that you like, yeah, you kind of like need it outdoors, and there's a policy at this apartment complex that, yeah, no grilling on your patio. That does look nice. That actually looks pretty nice. Yeah, like, so you can do like smoking with it. So it's like a combination smoker / barbecue. Is that it, DevJ? It's a little spendy for me. Yeah, I'm definitely not in the market for one of these. One of these days, I do want to get like a smoker, but like indoor smoker grill thing. Yeah, see, like I'd rather get one of these, right? For the price, just $500, and you got yourself an indoor like meat smoker. Get your mind out of the gutter. Right, being able to do my own, like, smoked salmon or whatever would be really cool, actually. Oh, was I seeing Australian prices? Maybe. Yeah, homemade beef jerky. Like, dude, yeah, like an indoor smoker. Yep. Only problem is I don't have enough room in my kitchen for all these things. Like, I need a much bigger kitchen. I could have room if I didn't have my stream set up, like in the kitchen, which is actually kind of like it's down right now because I don't have the camera like arm set up properly. I mean, I could still do the kitchen, but I don't have like the overhead cam. So we can still do kitchen streams, but it would only be like me in front of the camera. I need to get the overhead cam set back up. But yeah, like this is definitely in my budget. Right? Like you can make chili with it. You can make all sorts of stuff. And I think it'd be really fun to make my own chili too at some point. Yeah, I really like just cooking a meal at home that I really like, you know? Ooh, and hold on. Before I completely forget, I need to pay my rent. Can't forget to pay my rent. I like having a place to live. All right. Okay, so on to the feature that we want to start. Ooh, deleting an org is definitely something we're going to need. Wait, what's not an auto thing? Like my rent payment? No, I don't have it set up to like auto pay. No, I've never been charged a late fee or anything. I've never been like truly late. You know, paying on the first is expected, you know. I think latest I've ever been is I paid on like the third. No one ever complained. All right, so we're going to create a new page. It's going to be user settings. Another random import from the fog of war. That's funny. All right. So quick fix. Add all missing imports. Pandito, you should. Yeah, TypeScript makes JavaScript a lot easier to use at dev time. At runtime, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing after the output. But at dev time, just saving yourself some of like the headaches of discovering a bug at runtime is useful. But oh, dat nerd, Mr. Sir, how you doing? Think I saw you like my my roast of Uncle Bob, right? I'm pretty proud of that one. Oh, need to run away? Nope. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, dude, my Uncle Bob roast was good. Does Uncle Bob hate TypeScript too? He only hates the things he doesn't understand, like functions beyond 50 lines. Which isn't like that much of a roast. That's part of like his whole argument. They're harder to understand. You know, like that's just a solid meme. And yeah, everyone, welcome in on the raid. We just got our team management stuff going earlier today. So being able to add new team members, right? Being able to update and delete them, etc. We got that knocked out. Basically, we finished pretty much the whole thing today, didn't we? We did. Yeah, I'm really proud of that. So now the thing that we're starting up that we'll probably end up having to finish tomorrow is we want to get user settings going. So when we click user settings, it takes us to a similar looking ish page where we'll have general settings and then maybe, you know, orgs or teams or whatever. Right? Being able to delete your user account, some of that stuff, right? We need some general like user setting stuff. But for the moment, real quick, let me go throw some pot pies into the oven because they take like 55 minutes to cook. So I want to eat at a reasonable time tonight, but I also want to keep coding a little bit. So I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Let me just throw these pot pies in the oven. All right, oven's going. I just wanted to show off what I got for Cinco de Mayo coming up on Monday. I grabbed me some Patron El Cielo. I don't know. Haven't had it before. Better than last year's, though. Last year we had the, whatever the Rocks brand was. I forget the name of it. Casamigos or something like that. I don't know. It was either this or Cazadores. Cazadores I've had. I haven't had this yet. But yeah, we'll be doing some proper margaritas on Cinco de Mayo. All right, so we got this user settings page. What we want to do next is, well, number one, let's clean up some of this junk. Yeah, it is a Patron. It's not like the fancy, like, really good Patron. Technically, the fancy Patron isn't actually that good. You can get much better tequila for the price. Like, they're selling a brand name. This one was cheap. This one was like just maybe $5 or $10 more than the Cazadores would have been. Whereas like the proper Patron was like $30 more, $40 more, something like that. At that price point, you're better off getting something much nicer, like a Don Julio or something. It's like Grey Goose. Like, nah, you can get Grey Goose quality vodka without spending Grey Goose prices. Belvedere and Grey Goose are just brand names at this point. Back when I actually drank vodka, Crater Lake vodka was one of the best ones. And extremely, like, cost effective. Like, really cheap, but also very good. Oh, I didn't realize Timberline had their own vodka now. Hood River Distillers, not ideal. They're not great. I mean, they do some good stuff, right? Hood River Distillery, they do the bottling for Pendleton. The Hood River Distillery's Fireball competitor, Sinfire, is actually better. Or actually, nowadays it's about the same. But Fireball used to have like a gnarly ingredient in it. I forget what the ingredient was. Was it formaldehyde? It was something. And Sinfire didn't have that. But then, like, yeah, Hood River Distillery is also well known for, like, their plastic bottle bullshit. Like HRD vodka. Gross. Gross. But yeah, before we get too deep. Oh, was it propylene glycol? Okay. Yeah. That's also the stuff that I'm not a fan of in most, like, vape, like, cartridges and stuff like that, too. It's why I don't vape at all. Because a lot of the vape cartridges also use, like, antifreeze to keep it liquid, but also to, like, so it doesn't boil away. And yes, propylene glycol, ethylene glycol are technically safe to eat. I don't think they're safe to burn, right? So most of the tests and studies done on propylene and ethylene glycol were actually just testing if they were safe to put into food, but not what the smoke, if you're burning it, actually does to you. So yeah, I don't use vaporizers whatsoever unless it's like a proper like old school style vape, where you're taking the green content and just like getting it just to the right temperature. But yeah, anything that requires a cartridge, nah, not for me. Yeah, and maybe it's totally safe, but it just hasn't been studied enough, so I just don't trust it. It could be totally fine. I'm not aware of any studies that actually test the inhalation of the smoke from propylene or ethylene glycol. I especially don't like the idea of propylene glycol because, like, isopropyl alcohol is the shit that makes you go blind, right? Like wood alcohol. Whereas, right, like that's propanol, right? Isopropyl, etc. Whereas, like, ethanol or ethyl alcohol is like the corn style. Wood alcohol will kill you, like in way less concentration. And they've actually found that that's part of the problem that some people end up running into when they travel overseas. If you go to some shady bars in like Spain and Portugal, there have been definitely like confirmed stories of people being fed wood alcohol because they're like watering down their alcohol, like behind the scenes, right? Not watering down, but like using cheaper rubbing alcohol. So yeah, do not drink rubbing alcohol. That shit will make you go blind. Yeah, dude, it's gnarly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is definitely like, yeah, yeah. The song's called Hypersleep. Yeah, we're not trying to go into hypersleep right now. So let's find another album. And yeah, what's everyone up to today? Anything fun? Anything really cool? All right, where's our router? It's going to be here in Maine. Schmegma is a very different thing. So schmegular would also be a very different thing. But I get you. Revisiting global styles. Gotcha. So something cool that happened recently. You helped your cousin flip houses on the side, and you landed one with a legit murder scene. Big old stain still there as proof. Gnarly. Gnarly. Yeah, that is a major like it's hard to sell a house. that's had a murder, you know? Like, gnarly. Because, yeah, there are enough, like, superstitious people out there. I'm not superstitious, but I am a little stitious. But I'm not superstitious about that. And yeah, I did something yesterday I think I actually want to start repeating a bit. I got home after the concert, had a Philly cheesesteak in my belly, smoked a bit of a joint, and then wasn't necessarily that tired, so I decided to go for a walk, and I did a good like half hour plus walk at like, you know, midnight or 1 a.m. or whatever. That was actually kind of nice. Like, no one's around. I couldn't walk on like the same area I normally do, but I just went and walked like the street. That makes me a street walker, doesn't it? Very different thing. But yeah, no, it was nice. Like, the temperature was perfect. No one around, so I can just walk and think and do my thing. Like, it was nice. Yeah, so, and it's a good way to, like, I don't always have enough time in the morning to go out for a walk. But when I'm getting ready to go to sleep, if I'm not too tired, I can always squeeze in a quick walk. So yeah, I like that. I might try and do that more. And hey, Liske, we haven't seen you in a while. You still driving rally cars? $1.5 miles? Yeah, that's about what I get within like a half hour for sure. I do about like a 16 or 17-minute walk of a mile. Like, it's around 17. So 16 and 45 seconds to like 17 and 15. Just depending on my pace. So yeah, if I walk for a half hour, I'm getting like a good mile and a half. And I only know this stuff because I got that Apple Watch. It tells me that info. But yeah, you're starting law school in the fall. Nice. It was a nice after dinner routine. Ooh, there you go. Yeah, I especially like it at night because like it's about to start getting really warm, right? And when it's really hot out, I don't want to leave the house. When it's really cold out, you know, I want to go snowboarding, but I don't want to like go walk. So yeah, like I need to figure out a better like winter time. Yeah, the evening. Yeah, makes sense. Autocross season just started. Got to replace the oil pan gasket in your Miata. Ah. Yeah, my Subaru needs some work, actually. I'm pretty sure it's a weak fuel pump. I should change the fuel filter first and see if I have the same issues, but I don't know. Like, I hear the fuel pump, but I'm getting like a bit of vapor lock every once in a while when like the engine like heats up a certain way. It depends on the work. I don't do the heavy lifting stuff. I'll do the easy stuff, no problem. Like, I don't know. It depends. Disposing of your oil properly is so annoying that it's worth just paying someone to do the oil change for you. Oh, I remember Ski Dog. Yeah. Rebuilding a Porsche engine. Yeah, I've never done anything that heavy. Like, I took an auto tech class in high school. I learned how to do like the 21 point inspection or whatever. Like, I don't know if that's standard because every time I've asked, they're like, I get these looks like, what's that? From like the mechanics. So I don't know if that's actually still a thing or whatever, but it's something I was trained on and taught. And then, yeah, like I learned how to like change my own oil, sparks and, spark plugs, wires, like the basic, the routine stuff. I did a few of the bigger things, and then I basically like, this is when I was in high school, so I was a slacker, so then I did like air conditioning. So I figured out how to like swap Freon for R134A. I learned how to recharge an AC system with R134A, etc. But that's not something you can do from home because I don't have any R134A sitting around. Like, but it was still like fun. But yeah, I slacked. Part of the class was you got points for doing tests as well as doing stuff in the shop. And you could kind of like just pick and choose and mix and match. So I ended up just taking a lot of the tests and slacking off in the upstairs area, just bullshitting around. I wish I had gotten more hands-on, but I am proud of the fact that I can at least like diagnose a problem with an engine, right? Like with like a starting problem. Well, is there fuel? Right? Can you hear the fucking the fuel pump kicking in? Is it turning over? Right? Like I can diagnose a lot of that, which is nice. So, yeah, I'm really like stoked because of that class teaching me that stuff. At one point when I was snowboard bumming it, I picked up my boss, I guess. Like it was just like me and him running like a small a thing, the Blue Ox at Timberline Lodge. It's like a little pizza joint, right? It was him and me. We're driving up. Engine issue. Oh shit. And this was an Astro. So like a Chevy Astro van. Technically, no, it was a GMC Safari, but same difference. And I popped the center console off and made sure, like, checked the plugs and wires. Boom, got all that in, put it back on, and we were just up and running. And he was, like, super impressed that I was able to do that. Well, the reason I was able to do it is because I'm the one that messed it up in the first place. Like, one of the wires was loose or something, Like, I didn't attach that properly. But I was able to just, like, diagnose the issue, figure it out, pop the console, make sure the plugs are set, put it back, boom, get going. I believe it was a loose wire, right? Like loose spark plug wire. It's been a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that was the issue. I had just replaced my plugs and wires. But yeah, that same vehicle, I replaced my serpentine belt. I replaced, a bunch of bullshit on it. Like, totally doable. I worked on cars enough to know that I don't like working on cars that much. Right? There are certain things where it's just better to pay someone else to do that shit. But I've replaced a wheel bearing. I've done like a bunch of shit. I had a Toyota Tercel, like SR5. Those things are bulletproof. The wheel bearing was going out, so like the wheel wobbled really gnarly. Turns out, yeah, that shit could have come off, and it would have been really dangerous. But like, dude, those cars are so good. I'm sitting there with that like wheel bearing and my brakes out, and there's like a foot and a half of snow, and I'm like outmaneuvering and going through the parking lot when there's these giant ass trucks that are getting stuck. Right, dude, Toyota Tercel SR5 is one of those like bulletproof vehicles. They're so good. But then, yes, I knew the mechanics, and the terrain park crew at Stevens Pass was based out of the mechanic shop, right? So the mechanics let me work on my car, like up at the mountain. Like it was super cool. I got to use all their tools, like all the bullshit, like the press to like get the wheel bearings back in, like all that. Like, man, it was awesome. I've lucked out with a lot of stuff like that. Just knowing the right person, being in the right place at the right time. It was a front wheel. I think it was the front left. Basically, the wheel bearing went so bad that that's what fucked up the brakes. Thanks, anonymous gifter. Appreciate you. I know you're the same person that does the other politically charged gifts as well. Appreciate you. Thank you for the money. I wish you'd just chat and be chill. But is what it is. Yeah, exactly, Eliskate. Like, it can get really gnarly. But yeah, so I am at least savvy enough to understand and diagnose things with a vehicle, especially with a lot of like the Japanese made vehicles, like the newer, like any newer vehicle in general. There's just not enough room to do the stuff you want to do, you know? And like getting the leverage and having the right tools and all that BS just sucks. So I'd rather just pay someone else to do most things to my vehicle anyway. Yes, mine was basically like that. I mean, luckily Subarus don't have a lot of those like specialized tools. The old Tercel SR5s didn't either. Modern versions totally have that BS. Yeah, it's a vendor lock scheme. They want you to take it to a dealership or to a licensed like repair shop, etc., because it's a racket. But no, there's like a really good mechanic place here in Seattle that aren't like on the east side here. Yeah, all-wheel drive auto Kirkland. They're really good. These guys are the best. Wow, and they've massively expanded. Damn, they got like the whole thing now. It's not just like the two or three bays. But yeah, if you're in the Seattle area and you have a Subaru, all-wheel drive auto is the place. They've got one in Bothell. I didn't know they had the Bothell one actually. That's got to be new. But I've typically done the Kirkland one. But yeah, no, they're great. Like, yeah, super chill, super cool. And I need to take my vehicle in here soon. When you get a new iPhone battery, it comes with all the tools. Ooh, see, like, I don't know. I don't trust myself to work on an iPhone. Nah. I'm good. I'll just buy a new one. By the time the battery is like totally kaput, I'll just buy a new phone. That's what credit card points are for, right? Come on. All right, so let's do this. So here at the logged in stage, we've got settings org. We're going to do settings user as well. Ooh, and that's one thing I want to add. It's going to be a good, quick, and easy backlog thing, but add import sorting. We could even do that before the dashboard homepage. It's just one of those things I wanted to do for a while. Something I should have as part of like all of my boilerplate. And yeah, I want to wire up all of that OAuth. I think all four are important. There might be like a fifth one eventually, but I think those are good. But okay, we got user settings there. In our main layout, we'll fix that eventually. That one's not important. All right, so here we go. User settings. Org settings. Yeah, we just want to add a link. Hold on, I should go pour some more water because I want to have another beverage still. But yeah, when we get to the user settings page, let's at least make sure we can navigate there. Hey, and there we are. All right, so the user settings page wired up. BRB, let me just, pour some more water. And, yeah, what is everyone up to? All right, so let's pour another beverage. We're chilling. And all right, so we want to mimic the same basic layout that we have over on the org settings page. We're going to copy and paste it because I don't envision a need for an abstraction there. Right? Every abstraction that you codify ends up being overhead. And I don't think it's worth the effort to create an abstraction for a thing that we only use in two places, right? I like to use the rule of threes. If I've repeated 3 times Or if it's the third time it's copied and pasted, which would be technically 4 repetitions, that is a good rule of thumb, but it doesn't always mean that we need to do it yet. But by the time you've gotten to at least the 3 or 4, you should have an understanding of what the common pattern is. At 2 things, those things will diverge enough over time that it's not worth abstracting until you figure out what the common abstraction truly is. And you may never. See, I don't mind a bit of duplication, because the cost of abstracting it would be equal to the amount of time that I would spend modifying the things in 2 places. Does anyone else have a rule of thumb or a way that they like to gauge whether something is worth abstracting? And the reason it's worth it to understand if something is worth abstracting is because abstraction is just an optimization for developer time. So premature abstraction is just a premature optimization, and premature optimization is the root of all evil, right? Yeah. And I don't even know if I came up with that specifically. It's something I've done for a long time, but I must have read something, because I don't remember where I came up with it. So obviously I didn't. Right? I read someone else's really good blog post about abstraction and when it's necessary. I do claim ownership over calling premature abstraction a premature optimization, though. I will call that out as I don't think anyone has made that actual distinction before. Yep, exactly, light speed. Sometimes it's just not worth pulling out to a component. There may be some kind of hook or other thing that you could have abstracted, but you don't know what that common abstraction is until you've built them both. And trying to do it when you only have one means that your abstraction is going to be tailored to the one place where you're using it. Once you hit 2, you know a little bit more. Once you hit 3, you really do know what the common abstraction is between these things. So hold on. Let me double check this. Let me double check this, right? Where's the advanced search? Nah, see, I've tweeted it. With the right abstraction, golf and snowboarding are basically the same sport. Ooh. Yeah. Totally right. Damn. Yeah, I'm a philosopher. No. So not only am I a philosopher, I'm a mind reader too. Oh, and hold on. You don't really have any hard and fast rules, some basics that you follow, but every project is unique. Yeah, I get that. Oh, what's that from, Mr. Friend? Is that something you came up with? I see the M dash, and I question whether that was something you just got from ChatGPT. ChatGPT has ruined M dashes. And I think rightly so. Like, who here has ever actually used an M dash on purpose? You actually use them all the time, Mr. Friend? I'm calling bullshit. I don't even know how you'd type one. I have no idea how you'd even type an M dash manually. That's crazy to me. Oh, damn. Oh, damn. Well, that's what I got. I don't think it worked. I don't think it worked. Like, just saying. I don't know what the hell I just typed. I think I just typed an emoji that is somebody at a masquerade ball with hoop earrings. What is like the little circle? That was me typing Alt and then 0151. Alt 0151. Yeah. I don't know, man. Ooh, there you go. There you go. Maybe it's just like yeah, it's just an animal from like a side view. I'm holding Alt. Like I'm holding Alt while I do that, Mr. Friend. I don't know how to type an infinity symbol. Like, nah, man. Like I'm holding Alt and then I do 0151. Yeah, I'm on a Mac keyboard. What does that change? Do I need to do control? Nope, control didn't do it. Oh, I completely broke my zoom by trying it with the command key. So yeah, I don't know how to do it on a Mac, but it's definitely not what you just said. Do I remap caps lock? On this keyboard, I don't even know where caps lock is. I have no clue. I don't even know where caps lock is on this keyboard. No, definitely not next to the A. Like, look at the Digma Defy. That's the keyboard I got. Option Shift. No, didn't do it on this. It just zoomed out my chat. Option Shift. Nope. Trying the URL bar? Nope. Doesn't work on Linux either. All right. Thank you for double checking that, Koros. Appreciate you. Thank you for trying. Yeah, I mean, Mr. Friend, I do a different style of typing. If I was going to type what you just typed, right? Like here in chat, I would do it actually like this. Boom. So yeah, I relate to whatever meme it is where like, yeah. Like I use parentheses for all sorts of extra metadata about the thing I'm saying because I got thoughts about my thoughts. You know? I'm not going to blame ADD for it. It's just how I think. And what's up, Amir? Now, I get it, Sithal. I just, no thank you. I don't need to take glorified meth to just change the way I think a bit. I'm all for other people if they find value in it. It's just not me. It's just not for me. It is just glorified meth. It really is. Isn't it there, Four Wheel? It may not be actually methamphetamine, but it is an amphetamine, right? In general. And that brings me to a thing my dad used to say all the time, right? Benzedrine. It'll take the hair right off your bean. It'll make you squirm. It'll make you scream. But I like it. That's like an old trucker saying. Yeah. Meth is methamphetamine. But what I'm saying is, I believe Adderall and the other one are just amphetamines. They're not methamphetamines. That's what I was getting at, Larobi. I believe Adderall is still technically an amphetamine, though, right? I could be wrong. I don't know for sure. Yeah, that's what I thought too, Mr. Friend. That's what you were confirming. I'm just making sure. But yeah, four wheel. It's a solid one. Yeah. Sith Owl. Oof. Also, because Preparation H is expensive, man. He just wasted like $3 of Preparation H. Yes, absolutely four wheel. That was even a thing on the show Community, right? Annie, like, got expelled and ejected from her high school because she overdid it on Adderall. Like, yeah, that's been a thing for ages. Like, people abusing Adderall for its thing. Like, when I was in high school, I had a friend that abused Adderall. Little Annie Adderall. Yeah, exactly, Sithal. For sure. Yeah, it's super old news. Yep. And it's fine, Go Puppy. We just like to chat. We like to hang out. The entire point of streaming is just hanging out, you know? And we do that very well. Yeah. But yeah, exactly, Sithal. Yeah, you know the reference. I wish the other seasons of Community would make it to Tubi. Right now, they've only got season 1 and 2, so we've rewatched season 1 and 2 like way too many times. I watched the other seasons separately back when it wasn't on Tubi, and it was awesome. I binged the hell out of that show just recently within the past couple years. I wasn't a big fan while it was on TV for some reason, because I only watched like the first couple seasons or like episodes from the first couple seasons. And it just felt like a generic sitcom at that point. But the later seasons really do exemplify like Dan Harmon's writing style. The Vance. Your visual memory was dialed up a lot, made you smarter, also caused a tooth fracture from the nocturnal teeth grinding. Funny how a brain boost can come with a side of damage. And Sithal, yeah. You only watched it because Reddit wouldn't shut up about it. Yeah, exactly. See, I can't eat popcorn anymore. All the Addy kids wear a mouth guard at night? Really? That's a thing? I used to snowboard with a mouth guard, actually, because I couldn't afford dental work. I got some major chipped teeth. But yeah, like, no, I can't eat popcorn anymore because I got like a molar on this side that I lost like two corners of that molar. I was eating some popcorn, crunching through some of the kernels that were barely popped. And then, oh, that was a weird, like, other crunchy bit. No, that was the corner of my tooth that I was crunching up. Luckily, that molar is more metal than tooth. So we're good. I haven't gotten it fixed yet. That molar is still just shredding. Like, I still eat with it. I chew on that side. No problem. Because that filling is doing work. Yeah, crunching your own teeth up is a great source of calcium. There you go. Nailed it. Yeah. Yeah, I got a bunch of metal fillings. For sure. Yeah, my mouth is more metal than man now. All right, so I don't know about y'all, but I kind of want to still keep going a little bit. Oh, they absolutely discontinued them because the way it works is they were using something to make it like fluid, and I think it's like mercury or some bullshit. And now they do like an amalgam, which is basically like some weird ceramic. Yeah. Like, yeah, my metal fillings are super toxic. But you know what? My mom's in her like 80s or something at this point. she'd probably be upset if I said that because she's like probably mid-70s instead. And she's got like metal fillings all over her mouth too. So you know what? I don't think the fillings are going to kill me. I got way more shit that's probably going to kill me instead. Skin cancer. That's the one I got to watch out for. Never had anyone in the family die from it, but there has been carcinomas in the family. Thankfully, luckily, knock on wood, no melanoma. I did have an uncle who suffered from liver issues because of drinking, so I should probably stop that here sometime soon. If I'm really like thinking about what's gonna kill me, yeah, no, 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 no. I should fix that, but not today. All right, real quick. Yeah, I hear my oven going off. Let me go grab these pot pies out of the oven. I'll put them into a bowl. We'll eat and chill. I don't feel like heading to the other stream yet because I want to work more on this like user setting stuff. Right? Like playing video games or hammering out features on some code. Actually, I'd rather hammer out some features on some code while we talk about random stuff. That just sounds fun, doesn't it? See, I'll just sacrifice a bit of gaming time, right? For more coding time. All right, so real quick, let me go grab these pot pies. I will be right back, and we will keep hacking out the user settings stuff here real soon. So this is the page we got to work on. It's very empty. I'll be right back. Give me a second. I also have to use the restroom, so BRB. So I'm back. And yeah, I got these Marie Collander's pot pies. Oh, they are super good, but they are super hot as well. So we'll let those cool off a little bit. My favorite bit is that they are so much better about separating from their like little tin than the cheap pot pies. Like when you can just like plop it and pull the tin and there's no like sticking or anything. Ooh, that is such a nice like pot pie like cooking experience. Just so good. All right, so when it comes to building out this user settings page, let's do this. I think it's a gap 2. So then we do our sidebar. Profile's wrong. But then this is going to be the other section. And I want to go look at org settings and look at how we're structuring that real quick. Again, we're going to do a little bit of copy paste. Ooh, the delete actually isn't in there, so we'll call that good. That cleanup should have happened elsewhere, but whatever. Well, you know what? We're going to copy all that. Yeah. All right, so we'll let that sit, but it's actually not general settings. We'll say profile. All right, user cog is definitely what we're going to do there. So we're going to call that delete account. We're going to call this teams. So I work for a company called GitKraken. We make Git easier to deal with in a bunch of different surfaces, such as GitKraken Desktop, GitLens, and other things. What we want to figure out is how Salesforce devs deal with Git, and maybe is there some kind of landing page we could create to market to those people specifically. Sapling. I'm not aware of Sapling. I'm aware of Buck, which is a monorepo tool. But for large repos? And Lithium. So source control that's user-friendly. Same guy that wrote Buck worked on it. Okay. Which one is it? Durham or Michael? So Git compatible source control client. Michael Bolin is the guy. Okay, cool. He's at OpenAI now. Okay. Honestly, I wonder if OpenAI would actually even consider would buying GitKraken ever make sense for them? Probably not yet, but eventually maybe. So it's about stacked commits or stacked PRs? I'm aware of stacked PRs, but not stacked commits. And I'm not sure what the difference is. Commits are stacked on top of each other to form the PR? Isn't that how PRs work in general anyway? I guess I don't understand enough about it. Oh, so it handles the rebase part. Oh. Honestly, I'm gonna post this to work. Just because I think it's relevant. Thank you, Lithium. Dude, you're awesome, man. I feel like there was a long time where we didn't see you here in stream. I apologize if that was my fault. I really do like interacting with you, man. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, it might have been just part of it where this stream's maybe less fun than some other streams, you know? I don't allow nearly as much memeing or BS. That could have been part of it. I don't know. You don't have to say. And maybe it has nothing to do with me and it's just, circumstance. But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the memes take over a stream at some point. It's usually the hours. That makes a lot of sense. I used to stream way earlier in the day and it was maybe easier for you at that point. I totally get that. Yeah, that makes sense. And I don't normally go this late. I've been going this late more often lately. No pun intended. Yeah. Right? And even if this stream does go bigger, I just feel like the memes and some of that becomes just noise. And I don't want to deal with the noise of it, So I might not ever make it big time, but if I do, Yeah. If it does get bigger, we'd have to adjust. I totally get it. Yeah, right. Like for people new to a stream, the memes are fun and cool, but then eventually, like the regulars get really tired of that shit. This stream is made for the regulars, basically. So much so that maybe I'm like a little harsher to people brand new to stream trying to figure it out. Which means it's a lot harder to become a regular if you're not even given a chance to enjoy the stream. So yeah, no, I get it. There's a lot I could do to be better. We don't need to harp on it. I'm just thinking out loud. That's all. But no, this seems cool. Yeah, I want to share it with work in general. Oh shit. Hold on. Yeah. I want to share this with work. Oh shit. No, I posted it through Red channel. No, we're good. Yeah. All right. Cool. The web view. They have an image of it below on the same post. Okay. This feels like the web view. This feels like something that's actually like in VS Code or something. This is it? Okay. No, that seems very cool. So hold on. I got these pot pies. I gotta eat some food, obviously. This whiskey's not gonna soak itself up. But also, like, no, I need to eat food. I chop it up. He chopping chicken pot pies. But no, it seems very cool. I'll have to look into it more there, Lithium, for sure. Ah, reviewstack.dev. So that's like an internal URL they have at Facebook or something. Okay. Yeah, seems very good. I'm gonna keep that around just because I think there's value to it. Yeah, thank you for showing that to me because I've looked at it before, but not since I've worked at GitKraken actually. So my context for it has been very different. For side projects, I wouldn't benefit from using it, but that doesn't mean it's not valuable. Iterating on commits rather than PRs. Okay. Yeah. All right. No, that makes sense. I'm not sure it's exactly something we'd do at GitKraken, but there's got to be like something we could distill from it. Yeah, so you hadn't heard of it. Yeah, and I wonder how many other people at Get Kraken have actually heard of it. So yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah. Thank you. Like, Lithium, appreciate you, man. Let's keep hacking at the user settings page. Hold on. Let me pour another beverage, as is tradition. And, yeah, let me start munching on some of this chicken pot pie goodness. But I just don't feel like ending stream yet. So you got to deal with me a little bit more. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to play some more Last Epoch. I'm at like level 90. That's when the game actually starts getting like difficult. Like, dude, I die so much on like the full stuff. Ooh, but hold on. Sorry there, GA Tech. 1 second. I can read the thing here in a second. Let me just do a little bit. You don't have to repaste it. But if you want to, you can. Like, no stress. You can do links now. Please don't abuse it. No, you're good. We just have that in place for, like, random spammers. At some point, I'll program my bot instead of Nightbot to actually look at, like, the user's account to know more about whether we should delete a link or something. But for now, meh. So I'm sorry for the inconvenience. That's my fault. All right, so there you go. Someone took a full stack boot camp to get a jump on transitioning into tech. After that, he had hands-on experience at his previous job before coming to them, to your company, to GA Tech's company. You feel like Trailhead helps for sure, but gaining experience helps you land the job. To gain experience, one of your friends picked up a non-profit contract using the Catch a Fire website. Oh, so you do Salesforce. Oh, cool. Cool. I'd be curious. Yeah, like, would you want to hop on a call about Salesforce stuff? Just so I could understand more about how y'all use Git in general? Like, I know it runs the gamut. Like, some companies with Salesforce don't do any of that stuff. Meanwhile, like, others are, like, fully Git native, you know? What I'm wondering is, should part of, like, a landing page for that stuff actually be, like, hey, are you a Salesforce dev, right? Are you using Git? We can make your Git better because you might not want to live in the command line. But also, if you're new to Git, could you check out some of these workshops that we could train you up on, blah, blah, blah. And then there'd be major value with that. Getting him into VS Code and then Git. All right, yeah. So almost like we could do a call where we record and understand some of that. But then part of our page would be like, could we then consult with you and be like, hey, if we were to make the landing page have this kind of outline, would that make sense? Totally up to you. Like, yeah, no pressure. But I think you're making me understand it a bit better. Why would you need Git when working with Salesforce? Larobi, Salesforce has their own language called Apex. If you want to write things that work within the Salesforce ecosystem, you're writing Apex, not JavaScript, not other languages. You're writing pure like Apex, and like how do you version control that Apex code? And Sokol. Ooh, I don't even know Sokol. Oh shit. So GA Tech, are you in the Discord yet? Would you be willing to send me a message over on Discord? Okay. Nope. Not Dickard. So there's the link to the Discord. Please feel free to join. If that's too much hassle, send me a message on LinkedIn, Twitter. Here on Twitch, maybe. I see messages on every other platform besides Twitch. Like, PMs on Twitch are invisible to me because I don't look at that view very often. But Discord, Twitch, whatever. Send me a message and I'll try to remember to, like, schedule an interview with you. I've had this as like an action item, but it's like low priority for the company right now, but I still think we could develop like a cool landing page for it. So totally up to you, right? No pressure. We'll chat again soon. Get some sleep. Have a good night. Over on Discord? Awesome. I see it. Yeah. Let me approve. Awesome, man. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, wherever. Totally works, man. Yeah, no, thank you. Like, I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Man, I barely chew these chicken pot pies. They're just so good, though. Yeah, Marie Colander chicken pot pies. They're the best store-bought pot pies I've ever had. I used to get like the cheap banquet ones, but their chunks of chicken were like more and more lacking. But Marie Colander, major chunks of chicken. Yeah, you too. Yeah, GA Tech. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I mean, I stream 5 days a week. You'll see me again if you want to. Totally up to you. Thank you. But yeah, enjoy your sleep. Sorry, everyone, for eating in front of you. I know, it's a little gross. Especially the way I inhale my food. I eat way too fast. And hold on, real quick. Let me shout out some follows. Right arm. Hey, thank you for the follow. Right arm. Right on, right arm. I assume, like, at least my older brother used to make the joke, like, you know, he'd say right arm instead of right on. And then SSH Tunnel Vision. Ooh, that's a fun name, too. I like that one. So, yeah, thank you all for the follows. Yeah, we're gonna get to more code here. Taking our sweet time. I just inhaled 2 chicken pot pies. And yes, I eat too fast. I don't like cold food. Unless the meal is meant to be cold, you know? There's something about a hot meal getting cold that just doesn't sit right with me, you know? All right, so yeah, profile teams, billing we get rid of because that's an org problem. Ooh. Like, anyone else have this problem where they eat so fast that they end up getting, like, major, like, phlegm or, like they gotta, like, hack up, like, phlegm and saliva and all that gnarliness after they eat a meal? When I eat ramen and a bunch of other stuff, dude, I hack up food. Like, it's weird. There's definitely, I don't know what caused it, but I just eat too fast. Maybe it's because I want to get so much in my belly that I want to get the food in before I realize I'm full. And that probably comes back to when I was working as a snowboard bum. You don't always have a proper 3 meals a day or whatever, and calorie wise, like, I gotta consume all I can eat. At the expense of maybe having that, like, too full feeling, which I also kind of really like. Yeah, I don't know. It's something I've always had. Like, I think I just eat too fast in general. All right, so hold on. Here in that, we got the H2, but we probably want to do a card. Oh, it's Elfo. Yes, it's absolutely some kind of psychology thing. I don't know what it is. It's not like I ever went hungry as a kid. I was a very fat baby, though. Like, oh my god, dude. I was a very fat baby. Like, I had the Michelin Man arms, where it looked like, you know, fat tires all up and down my arm. I was a very fat baby. I'm basically progressing back to that point. As I lose my hair and gain more weight, I'm basically like, you start as a fat baby, you end as a fat old person who looks like a baby. Was anyone else here a fat baby? Hold on. I know I got some of these photos. Actually, don't remember where these photos are now. Shit. Oh, hold up. Here we go. Hold on. Let me at least show these before we get too far. I got code I want to do, but man, y'all got to see how fat of a baby I was. There we go. Fat baby. There's another fat baby. Right? I did. Like, dude, Michelin Man arms, Michelin Man legs? Absolutely. That one's basically Ken Wheeler at this point, isn't it? So yeah, me and Ken Wheeler got a lot in common. Yeah, my mom nailed it with those photos. I was a very fat baby. You saw a miniature Steve Ballmer. Developers, 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 developers. Yeah, I get it. Totally. I get it. I get it. All right, so we see, yeah, profile, user settings. No, we got a bunch of stuff we got to delete in those sections. Ooh, I need to get more music going. But that's looking a little bit better, right? Yeah, for sure. I like this so far. So then, real quick, hold on. Does synthwave belong in a museum? Some people know the album I'm about to play. Don't call me Junior. I said, don't call me Junior. Come on, man. No, you're good. I'm having fun. All right, so the links work. We don't have any content in those links, but we can work on it. All right, so We're going to have a form schema. Profile form schema has name. User name must be at least one character. We'll bring in Zod. Yeah, damn right, X Factor. All right, so profile form schema. Okay. Selected org. Ooh. Well, hold on. That one's actually not right. Damn, some neighbor just smokes a bunch of weed. And I'm okay with it. Like, I'm not. Dude, if they were smoking a bunch of cigarettes, then I'd be complaining. I would definitely bring that up with management. But weed? I don't give a shit. Smoke as much weed as you want, neighbor. You're good. I hope they heard me. I said the cigarette thing because I did smell one this morning. As I'm waking up from a little bit of a hangover. They can smoke as much weed as they want. Just please, come on, man. Go smoke a cigarette somewhere else. If you gotta smoke a cigarette, at least make it a spliff so that I smell the weed more so. Good compromise, neighbor? Right, so let's keep doing what we're doing. Ooh, before I get too deep, hold on. I haven't been doing the multivitamin. Like, I do not do a multivitamin religiously, but I should. Let me at least get a halfie in. Because I got the food in my belly. Right? The organic multivitamin from Kirkland, it's all right. Tastes like shit, but all multivitamins do, you know? I feel like I've got enough vitamin C, but I'll do one of these too. Multivitamin with whiskey, is that okay? It's better than not getting a multivitamin in you. Does it harm the absorption? Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to see some science on that, but like, what complications do you envision whiskey having with a multivitamin? It's not like it's heart medication, you know? As far as I know, alcohol only harms your ability to absorb calcium. As far as I know, whiskey and alcohol in general only harms your ability to absorb calcium. In general, it's not even the absorption of the calcium, it's your ability to rebuild bone. So your bones are constantly going through this process of destroying old bone and rebuilding new bone. Alcohol harms your ability to rebuild new bone, while your body still continues to do the iconoblast, or sorry, not iconoblast, osteoblasts, which destroys old bone. So you can end up getting fibrous bones because of alcohol. You got to consume a lot of alcohol for that to be a major thing, but yeah, you know, I should probably think about that more. But yeah, osteoclasts and osteoblasts are a thing, right? Osteoblasts destroy old bone. Osteoclasts create new bone. And alcohol harms the osteoclast process. Like, yeah, I'm just preventing bone cancer. Like, dude, bone cancer is so rare. Like, you shouldn't use alcohol as a preventative measure. Like, come on. No. If you got bone cancer, you got bone cancer. Because that's a DNA problem more than anything. Hold on, wait. Harms your what? Ability to say the alphabet backwards. The alphabet backwards. Oh, bone cancer sounds terrifying. Like, oh, dude. Yeah. Like, if I was diagnosed with bone cancer, I don't think I would do the chemo thing and I would just fucking YOLO the fuck out of life. Yeah, no, dude, like, I don't know, man. I would probably just YOLO the fuck out of life rather than trying to, like, solve that problem. I don't know for sure. We'll cross that bridge when we get there if we have to. Yeah, exactly, dude. Yep. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I got diagnosed with bone cancer, man, I would liquidate every asset and party fucking hard. Yep. There's certain things where, like, dude, your prognosis is extremely low. It's extremely gnarly. Yeah, no, I totally get it, man. There's some things you just can't fight. First on my bucket list? Oh, dude, dude, I have no idea. It's probably not safe for stream. What I'd end up doing. I would be a purveyor of the oldest profession. Yep. That was the nicest way I could phrase that. All right, so hold on. I messed up. This one is the coming soon. Yeah, so this is the big bit, right? This is where we need that form. And honestly, like Super Maven has been nailing so much of this stuff. It's actually kind of crazy. Now, it's a little weird that they doubled down on the form thing, because that's just wrong. Oh, hell no. Rounded? No, 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 no. Yeah, more of everything. Wait, what the hell is failing at this point? Wait. What? Come on, man. Use submit must be within a data router? All right, so use form is coming from where it needed to come from. What the fuck, dude? Dude, I don't use submit. Oh shit. Hold on. I bet it's form. Yeah, no. It's form coming from the wrong place. That was it. That was it. We've run into that same bug before, too. Dude, Super Maven is losing a bunch of context at the moment. It's actually kind of weird. That is a package alias. Yes, exactly. All right, so there we go. We see org name, username. And what's up? It's Whittington. How you doing? So yeah, lettuce bowler. The at whatever is just a package alias for sure. Right. So alias whatever. You also need to do it at the TS config level, but if you scaffold a project using Next.js, they set a bunch of this stuff up for you. I think Vite does a little bit, but maybe I had to do some of it separately. Trevenge, have I done some full-on vibe coding? Yes, I've built out bash scripts. Like, dude, Trevenge, I feel like you were there for it. Any shell script I've written in the past 6 months has been vibe coded. But I don't trust vibe coding to build out full applications. Vibe coding is really good at programs. It's really bad at applications. Eventually, you hit a bottleneck or like diminishing returns where it just can't do it for you. And Levels.io hit that majorly with his like airplane game, you know? Utility and vibe coding? I already explained how I use it and the utility I find in it. I don't think it'll have value in applications. I don't, because the context window is too big. Until we're dealing with like millions upon millions of tokens for a context window, I just don't think LLMs are capable of vibe coding applications. You will hit diminishing returns, and then all of a sudden, it's duplicating functions, and it's doing all sorts of weird stuff. Like, we're even running into, like, right now, with the small context we have, Super Maven is duplicating a bunch of elements that it shouldn't. No matter what, you need to understand and know what it's doing, because vibe coding and LLMs in general are the equivalent of a junior engineer at your company. It's equivalent to a junior engineer. If you're shipping a full site, when you say full site, like you mean static site? Yeah, I'd totally be okay with vibe coding a static website. An application where I got to worry about XSS and other things? No. I'm sorry, just no. For an application with heavy functionality, nah, it's just not there, dude. The context isn't big enough. I disagree, Larobi. When you are on a big enough project, it just simply can't take in the full context. It's not capable. None of these LLMs have a big enough context to deal with a 500,000 line application. They just don't. I understand that, Whittington, and it might be fine up to a point, but the moment you hit that bottleneck, then you're really, truly fucked because you don't even know how to fix it. The context window is the biggest bottleneck, and that is exactly what Levels.io was running into. Hey, Meta Dev Girl, how you doing? Thank you for the raid. I feel like it's been a long time since we've chatted. What are you up to? I feel like I haven't seen you stream in ages. No, Levels.io is a person. He's the guy that made that airplane game that went viral. He's the dude that made Remote OK. He also built like some AI like, headshot generator thing. He's very much like, he is the indie hacker. He has inspired pretty much every single other indie hacker out there because he was doing it before it was popular. He's like the indie hacker. He created that entire genre, in my opinion. If you're not familiar with Levels.io, that's fine. But he is the man, and he's really cool, actually. Like, he's a dude. So I'm not trying to talk shit when I'm saying this stuff. I'm just pointing out, like, he ran into a bottleneck. He literally did. I don't think he would push back on this, right? He would definitely say, like, I'm a jerk sometimes with my phrasing. But, yeah, no, like, I still consider him, like, at least a stream friend. I've never met him in real life, so it's hard to say real friend. But he's a dude. Like, he's a good dude. He's a polarizing individual, and some of the things he says I don't agree with, right? Whittington, it kind of does. Without the full context of the entire application, it will duplicate functions. Every single utility function will become duplicated. I consider that a major problem. Because it doesn't know about the entire code base, it will just throw stuff in random places. Like, it gets really bad, dude. I'd love to see someone code out a full software as a service, multi-thousand lines, right? Like hundreds of thousands of lines, fully vibe coded. We've seen people try on social media and they have failed massively. XSS vulnerabilities everywhere, leaked keys, like everything, like the worst stuff you can think of. The LLM did it because it lost the context because it couldn't maintain all of it. We have so many instances of that, right? The interview coder guy totally shipped keys to GitHub because he didn't know any better, right? There's numerous people who've been like, guys, stop exploiting my app. I just wanted to make a thing for people, blah, 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 right? Like, the vibe coders are the same people that are the no coders, and no coding and vibe coding are great for prototypes. They're not production ready. It's just not it. You can always go in and refactor afterwards. I mean, go for it. But if you had the AI or the LLM vibe code the entire thing, you don't have a mental map of where this stuff lives. So good luck fixing it because you don't even know where the stuff is. So, Meta Dev Girl, trying is the operative word there. They're trying for sure, and they're failing miserably. Yeah, refactoring bad LLM code is worse than refactoring it yourself because of the lack of context in almost every single case. So Larobi, that's just not vibe coding at this point, right? If you have to be fundamentally aware of exactly what you want and how you prompt it, that's just not vibe coding. Now, the term vibe coding is ephemeral and fuzzy. Like, it's not explicitly defined anywhere. But the people who do vibe coding would simply say, I didn't need to know anything about code, and I just prompted this thing into existence. And all of those people have massively vulnerable apps. Every single one that I've seen publicly. When people say vibe coding is going to make it to where we don't need devs anymore, it's laughable because every single person who's tried to truly do that without having any experience coding has made massively vulnerable applications. It's actually just really that simple. If it was real, it'd be real already. AI is great for documentation and other things, sure, as long as your context window is big enough. Again, it comes down to some of that. So there you go, Larobi. Yeah, my bad. I missed maybe your clarification there. No, Whittington, that is not vibe coding. Vibe coding is let the LLM take the wheel. That is actually the definition of vibe coding. Vibe coding is let the LLM take the wheel. Right? And that has just never worked. It just doesn't work right now. Who would do that? Every single person that bought into the no-code hype. Every single person that thinks they're an indie hacker just because they have an idea. There are so many people. Trevenge, vibe coding take the wheel, LLM take the wheel. It's a riff on Jesus take the wheel. Absolutely. There are absolutely people out there, Whittington. If you know better, you're not vibe coding. You're not just using the vibes. You're an engineer using a tool, which has always been a thing. But I just want to point out, every single company, like Anthropic, etc., they're saying, we won't need devs anymore. We'll just prompt a thing to do it. They're totally full of shit, and they, if you believe them, I got a bridge to sell you as well. If you believe the Replit guy, if you believe the Anthropic guy, man, you'll buy anything at that point. I got some snake oil I can totally give you, right, for a very low price. Exactly. You can tab through some stuff. You've seen me tab through some stuff. I gotta fix it almost every single time. I'm not vibe coding anything I do, except for maybe a few things, right? Like bash scripts, etc. I'm still looking at it and fine-tuning it, right? But yeah, vibe coding as a legitimate software dev practice? No, dude. Vibe coding, in general, only fills like a junior developer niche. But if you're not building up juniors, how will you ever find mid-level and senior engineers? You're just not going to have it. They don't exist because you didn't give them a chance to actually learn and become better. There's going to be a major pipeline issue eventually with, all the really good senior engineers have retired. Those mid-level engineers have become senior, but then where are the mid-level engineers beyond them? They don't exist anymore because you didn't actually train up your juniors, because you didn't hire juniors, and now there's a massive gap in the entire industry. Exactly, MetaDev Girl, right? We are creating a gap by not hiring juniors and training them up to become the seniors of tomorrow, or the mid-level devs of tomorrow. 100%. Yeah, totally agree, MetaDev Girl. Yeah, it sucks. If you really do want to get some foot in the door, start learning security stuff, because all of the bullshit that LLMs are creating XSS vulnerability wise is just going to create way more demand for security engineers. So if you want to really think about the future of dev and what your future in the entire industry could be, learn security best practices and start learning how to pen test. There will be a massive boom for pen testers eventually. I don't know when that'll be, but application security will be a massive industry at some point. It's already pretty big, but dude, for every one vibe coder you have at your company, You're going to need 2 or 3 security engineers to double check their work. Now, would people hire them full time? No, it'll just end up being bounties that you can make major money off of. But only if you're a really good security engineer, because your time is an investment at that point. %30 of your job, lettuce bowler, is keeping existing things secure as new code and new forms and new blah, blah, blah are added. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yep. And it's only going to get worse. People who understand security will always have a job at this point. But let me get some more music on. Hold on. And I love these conversations. I love ranting and chatting and chilling with all y'all. I could be playing some games right now, but this is more fun than gaming. In my opinion. I'm not saying switch, but at least be savvy enough to pick up a bounty here and there. Fuck it, why not? I mean, again, OpenAI and their CEO and anyone higher up in the organization has a vested, like literally vested stock interest in convincing you that that's the case. If you believe CEOs of these companies whose entire livelihood is hinging upon these things being true, come on, man. They are paid bullshit artists. They are paid to be convincing. If you listen to Elon, full 100% self-driving is just 3 months away for the past 5 years. Come on, man. No. He has a vested interest, literally vested interest, in convincing investors of this shit. Does it make it right? Nope. If you believe any of these assholes who have major skin in the game of convincing you of this stuff, if you believe any of them, dude, I got a bridge to sell you. I don't literally have a bridge to sell you. I don't have a bridge. But if you believe them, you'd probably believe I do have a bridge, right? I could sell you a part of London Bridge right now. Exactly, Lightspeed. Dude, like, all these companies and all their CEOs are professional liars. Eventually, they might be right. But they're not right now. They're selling you on the dream. That's their fucking job. To sell you on the dream. To sell the investors on the dream. That is their entire job. Don't believe CEOs. They are professional bullshit artists. Again, Whittington, what if? That's what the CEO is trying to sell you on, the what if. Cool, man. Yeah. If you want to, like, bank anything on a what if, like, dude, go for it. I have to live in the real world. CEOs don't. They don't live in the real world. They live in a hypothetical world that will eventually come if they get enough investment. So come on, pay us. Dude, don't listen to CEOs, man. Stop listening to CEOs. They are professional bullshit artists. That's their job. Literally, that's their job. Stop treating every single fucking thing a CEO says as truth. CEOs are almost as bad as lawyers. You know how you can tell a lawyer's lying? Their mouth is moving. You know how you can tell a CEO is lying? Their mouth is moving. Nah, I'm no worries met a dev girl. Yeah, these rants are just so much fun. I love this shit. I could have moved over into gaming hours ago. I'd rather rant. So yeah, enjoy your stream. Yeah, no worries met a dev girl. Yeah, we'll chat again soon, for sure. Exactly, Larobi. It may happen eventually. Will it happen within our lifetime? I actually doubt it. Within my lifetime? Probably not, especially with how much whiskey I drink. AI is smarter technically than what? Than the average person? Dude, the average person's a fucking idiot. Trevenge, the average person's a fucking idiot. Don't base anything off the average person. Think about the average person and then realize that 50% of people in the world are stupider than that. Right? Just really consider the average person. Dude, it doesn't take much for AI to be that. Like, come on, man. I've got a fun story. I've got a really fun story that I think is totally fucking relevant. I was hanging out with a bunch of snowboarders at a friend's house, right? This friend was a major photographer. They still are. They're huge. They do great shit. There was a pro snowboarder or former pro snowboarder hanging out, right? Totally at this person's house because they're totally like the old school, like the old guard of Stevens Pass. Like, man, like Sound Straight Productions, like the just OG triple of Stevens Pass. We're sitting there watching TV at this one friend's house. And that show where it's like you answer trivia questions as your car is being repossessed. And if you answer 3 questions, you get to keep your car or whatever. I don't remember the name of the show, but we're watching it. And one of the questions was, name the closest star to the planet Earth. And of course, the person got it wrong. And I was like, God, what an idiot. And this like former pro snowboarder dude's like, well, do you know the answer? I was like, the sun. The fucking sun, dude. No matter what, the average person is a fucking moron. Even pro snowboarders. Yeah, dude, I can name the closest one. The sun. You want me to name other close stars? Well, I'm not sure exactly which one it was because I'd have to look it up. But Proxima Centauri, Alpha Centauri. There's a couple others too, right? But the answer is actually Proxima Centauri. Because I looked it up after this. But dude, the second closest moon? Ooh, that one's tougher. Does Mercury... Well, technically, the second closest moon is going to depend on the time of year because of the way that the planets rotate. So hold on. Closest moon, you'd have to be really like, you'd have to be an astronomer. You'd have to know what the closest planet is at the current moment. And that's way tougher. So yeah, like Whittington, who knows? The dumb answer would be whatever. Is there a moon for Mercury? If not, well, is there a moon for Mars? But we might not actually be closest to Mars versus some other planet right now, right? Because of the way the planets rotate and the different timing of all this shit. Yeah, that's actually a much harder question, and I think astronomers would struggle to know that offhand. Nearest potential exoplanet. I think that one keeps changing. Yeah, you need to know the moon orbits of those planets. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, that one is way tougher, right? Besides our current moon, right? Right? The closest moon is ours. The second closest, ooh, dude, you need a degree at that point. So wait, Larobi, Proxima Centauri is a star. There's a planet orbiting Proxima Centauri that is an exoplanet, but do you know the name of it? I don't. Proxima Centauri is a star, not a planet. So, Larobi, you failed your own question. Shit. I'm pretty sure the planet has some name like L134A or some bullshit, you know? The planet is in Proxima Centauri's system, but that's a different thing. That's a totally different thing. Proxima Centauri is the star, not the planet. As far as I know. Proxima Centauri B. There you go. Right? But Proxima Centauri is the star. B is the planet within that system. But again, like, I'm not trying to say, like, you should know all of that stuff offhand, but to not know what the closest star to the Earth is? Like, come on. Because your grandmother says you're a star every day. Boom. There you go. Nailed it. I mean, hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. I'm like, yeah. Damn right. Thanks, Grandma. I was fine, Larobi. Like, no, I get it. I knew. I didn't know what the planets were called. I think Proxima Centauri A and B are actually what they're known of, like, colloquially, but I think there's actually like a star mapping system and like a planet mapping system that gives them like a greater ID. And I'm curious what that ID is. That I don't know. But hold on, I gotta go pee. Give me a second. We got more code to do. We got some ranting to do. Come on. Yeah, I mean, it's fine there, Larobi. Like, no worries. So hold on. I do want to point out, like, you're not actually stupid if you didn't know this stuff. Right? The definition of stupidity is very different from the definition of ignorance. If you didn't know this, you were just ignorant. It doesn't make you stupid. What makes you stupid is an inability to learn these things. Now, I'm not saying it's worth memorizing, because don't bother memorizing something you can easily look up. But it's where we come down to the measure of knowledge versus the measure of intelligence. And it's hard to quantify intelligence. Knowledge, I think, is easier to quantify when you recognize that it's based upon your ability to actually memorize things. Like, how strong is your memory? That is, ipso facto, the definition of the strength of your knowledge. Because if you can't remember it, you don't know it. And we can all practice memorization and knowledge. It's really hard to practice intelligence. Now, I get it, Trevenge, right? Forgetting things is not a sign of stupidity. And remembering things is not a sign of intelligence. Memory is actually a factor of how much you care about a thing. Like, let me put it this way. The fact that I even remember that interaction is already a sign that I cared about that moment more so than the one person who seemed stupid in the moment. It doesn't mean they're actually stupid. Their knowledge gap is the problem. But are they willing to bridge that gap? That doesn't necessarily make them stupid. Well, actually, no. I think willful ignorance is actually stupidity. Intentionally not caring about a thing so that you don't end up remembering it, that is actually stupidity. But it's about intention more so than ability. Just because you forget a thing doesn't mean that you're stupid. But if you intentionally try to not remember something, that's fucking stupid. And I think that's tougher. Connecting the dots between the things that you do remember is maybe a sign of intelligence. Yes, that is abstract thinking and your ability to connect the dots. That is intelligence. But how do you measure that? You can't. It's basically impossible. In general, we can just recognize when we're dealing with someone that doesn't seem capable of connecting the dots. We've seen a few of them here in stream. And they shouldn't feel bad about it. They should only feel bad if they're not making an effort to be better. Do I run into devs who are like that? Oh, dude. Throughout my career, yes. For sure. 100%. And it's not even that they are stupid in general, but they don't care about being better. That's actually really common. People that don't care about being better. Like the company I used to work at that had 60 plus Lambda, like repos, 60 plus repositories in our Azure DevOps organization. They were all individual Lambda functions. To not recognize the pattern between these things and merge them into a monorepo is pure stupidity. Right? That willful ignorance is pure stupidity. No, not submodules, because submodules are the fucking devil. No, these were individually deployed. It was just laziness on the fact of like doing the CI/CD better. It was just a lack of CI/CD knowledge. They had multiple Saturday merge parties as they had to update the shared library between these 60 modules or 60 repos. After the first one, there should have been some investment into tech debt. It was just bad management, bad engineers, everything. Exactly, Whittington, right? Like, at that point, it's way worth it to be better about your CI/CD process and only build and deploy what actually changed. It's actually not impossible. It's totally fucking doable. But it requires devs that give a shit. So many of like the worst like dev problems we deal with day to day as engineers, as devs, is dealing with previous devs that just didn't give a shit. Intention and caring about the process and caring about what you do is the first step. And circling back to how we started on this conversation, vibe coding and LLMs don't give a shit either. I would say it's not giving a shit and ignorance, not a lack of skill. A lack of skill is actually easy to solve. Not giving a shit is impossible to solve. You can't make someone give a shit about something that they don't give a shit about. That's like, it's a fucking pure tautology. Like, they are incapable of giving a shit about a thing that they don't give a shit about. You can't make someone give a shit about a thing. It's impossible. That is like one of the most impossible things ever. Well, Mr. Pampered Carrot, based upon what I just said, attitude is a driver for skill and talent. If your attitude is, I don't care about being better, you'll never be better. So attitude is the most important thing. Inherent skill, like nobody's born with knowing how to read some language, like some like programming language. That's a learned ability, but you only develop that if you care enough about it to do so. So your attitude towards that language matters more than the language itself. Matters more than your inherent intelligence. Your attitude is actually the most important thing. I'd rather work with a less talented dev who really gives a shit over a really talented dev who doesn't give a shit. Attitude is maybe the most important thing when it comes to dev. In my opinion. Your attitude towards what you're doing and trying to be as good as you possibly can will influence what you do way more than some innate ability to get it, you know? Have you guys ever worked with someone who just didn't give a shit? They were the worst person to ever work with. I mean, I've never worked with you there coding with strangers, so come on, don't put words in my mouth. But I do feel like you give a shit, and that's important. That's the only way to become a 10x dev, Nobody becomes a 10x dev through innate ability. They only get there because they give a shit. At some point, they can stop giving a shit, and they'll never get any better. So then, like, you know, that 10x becomes less valuable. Whittington, I'm pointing out, no, those things are counters. So there's the kappa. Now I get it. Touche. 10x is not about output. In fact, my definition of a true 10x dev is a dev that makes other people around them better. Because your own personal output will hit a ceiling very quickly. But if you can make other devs you work with better, that is the true definition of a 10x dev. If you can make the 10 people you work with twice as good as they used to be, that's a 10x dev. Right? The lone gunman, the fucking, you know, the ninja, the whatever, right? They're actually way less valuable than someone who builds other people up. Now, I don't know. I've never worked with the Primogen. His ability to solve some of these super hard problems at Netflix might have made him a easily like 2 to 5x engineer, but unless he's like building up other people around him to be able to solve those same problems, he never hit 10x, in my opinion. Because to get to 10x, you need to make other people more productive, not just yourself. And no amount of cursor or AI will solve that problem for you. Was he really a 10x though? I don't know, man. Do you really think his output was 10 times what another dev would have put in for the same amount of time? No, he just put in a shitload of hours. It was the only thing he did, and he did it 20 hours a day, you know? I don't think that's actually 10x. I'm not trying to disparage him whatsoever. He was a genius. Super productive, but I don't think he was hitting the 10x number. Because working solo on a project, you'll never be 10x. It's just impossible. No, I just, like, I'm not literally looking at the number 10 times. What I'm saying is, like, what we understand of as a 10x engineer. They're not the solo vibe coder. They're not the solo coder. They're a person that makes teams work better together. Maybe X Factor, but was that truly 10x, or was that simply just like some multiplicative factor above 1? That's what I'm wondering. Now, sure, they were unblocking the other engineers, but unless they're making those engineers better, it's actually just additive rather than multiplicative. If everyone they work with is still at the same level without them, they're not actually applying that multiplicative factor. You know? And maybe I'm looking for more of like a to the power of 10 or something, right? Like, you know, take it further than that maybe, right? Make it exponential. Yeah, like, there you go, coding with strangers. Like, are you truly a master if you can't turn your students into masters? No. You're just an expert. You're not a master. right? You're not multiplying effort. You're just multiplying your own effort. Like, I don't know. There's definitely something like fuzzy about that. And I would love to understand the point I'm trying to make better as we argue this. Because I think it's YouTube short worthy for sure. But really, just in general, to be a true master is to be able to make other people into experts and masters. If you're only ever focused on yourself, you'll just never hit that next level, you know? Right? Coding with strangers. They never taught you the 5-finger death punch. How dare they? What a shitty teacher. I think that's tougher because nobody at a university is truly teaching someone to be a proper professional dev. That's not what universities are there for. They teach you how to learn. So I wouldn't say that they're 10x engineers. They are 10x learners or teachers or whatever, right? Like, if they teach you properly, they are teaching you how to learn. But they're not teaching you the thing that you learned, because that's still on you. A good teacher teaches you a thing. A great teacher teaches you how to teach yourself a thing, in my opinion. And that's what university is truly there for, to teach you how to teach yourself. That's why the research process and like all those things are really like a solo endeavor. But the teachers there, hopefully, the professor or whatever, hopefully is there to give you the tools to understand the thing that you're researching better. It's not about what you learned in the essays you wrote. It's about teaching you how to understand the things that you just read. Teaching you how to understand what you're trying to say. University is not about learning a thing. University is about learning how to learn. In general, if you want to learn a thing, you go to a vocational school. You can totally become a carpenter with a vocational school. That's what those are there for. They're not going to teach you how to learn, how to make your own unique kinds of like wood joining. That's not their job. They're there to teach you specific wood joining. Vocational school and university are fundamentally separate things. Too many people think university is there to act as a vocational school. That is not university's job. Which is why I push back and say university shouldn't be teaching you how to use Git. You should be learning how to use Git alongside the shit the university is trying to teach you. And if you don't have the fucking wherewithal and drive to do that yourself, you might not be cut out. It might actually just be that simple. Because if you don't have that drive to know more and to do more and to understand more, it might not be a career for you. Not a single person here wants a doctor that stops learning after university. That's not a thing. Every single doctor in the world needs to keep learning after they got their degree. If they don't, they're a shit doctor. Same thing goes for software dev. If you're seeing a doctor that got their degree before 2012, anytime before 2012, and they stopped learning, they would think an ulcer is just stress, and here's some Xanax, and then, yeah, be less stressed. No, ulcers are, like, stomach ulcers are actually bacteria. Bacteria causes stomach ulcers. Now, could a stressed lifestyle increase the breeding ground for that bacteria? Maybe. But any doctor worth their salt who learned after the fact, after they graduated and kept learning, would know that, yes, to fix a stomach ulcer, you prescribe antibiotics, not fucking Xanax. There are some shit doctors in the world that just stop learning. There are some shit lawyers in the world that just stop learning. There are some shit software devs in the world that just stop learning. Any job worth being paid the money that we get paid, the entire point of why we get paid is because we are keeping up to date with all of this shit. If you're not willing to keep learning after university, you're in the wrong fucking career. And yes, AI and LLMs will take your job, but you probably shouldn't have had one to begin with. If you're coding on your own time while you already have a job, you've already self-selected out of the people I'm talking shit to, right? Like, just keep that in mind. If you're already trying to be better on your own time, you've already self-selected out of the people that are not capable of this as a career, right? But we've all dealt with them. We've all seen them in university and college, etc., right? These people that thought dev is just a quick fucking paycheck and I just want to make the money and get out. Dude, they're the worst people ever to work with. They fucking suck. A good comfy chair is the secret to excelling at programming. I disagree, but I do think a good chair is important to keeping it going. You can't live your life as a fucking question mark, right? Like question mark posture and expect to do it for 30 years. Impossible. Fucking impossible. So learn good posture, buy yourself a good chair if you actually want to do this for decades, you know? Yeah, nobody's coding with strangers. We're in rant mode, but I have more fun ranting about this stuff and slowly, very slowly, working on what we're doing compared to going and playing some video games like I would totally right now. Oh, Trevenge, don't worry. My ego only has like so far of a ceiling before I start talking shit on myself anyway. It's one of those things, like, I got haters here on stream. The haters got nothing on my ability to hate myself. Which is why it's easy to laugh them off. There you go, Mr. Friend. Yeah, no, I think that's actually a thing I kind of want to tweet. How do we feel about that? Is it too harsh? I feel like it's accurate, so I'm going to post it anyway. I added like the one thing after, right? I should have actually pushed it up to fucking LinkedIn too. Right? It basically became the LinkedIn Lunatics post, didn't it? Shit. Well, that's still you hating yourself, though. Right, Code Drift? Right? Time's an illusion. The time in which you're self-hating is a greater illusion. Time's an illusion, lunchtime doubly so. That's still self-hate. No, sorry. No, that's still self-hate. If you actually dissociate your current self from your past self, I think that's weird. No, that's definitely still you. Yeah, past you is still you. I don't know. Yeah, I consider that majorly suspect if you consider past you not you. I think there's a major problem with that philosophy. Yeah, time's an illusion. For sure. Lunchtime doubly so. So X Factor, the person you are now is built from the person you were. They're fundamentally tied to being the same thing, right? You couldn't be the person you are now without the person from the past. It's impossible, right? You might want to draw a Venn diagram to figure out the overlap, but come on, no. The overlap is so much that you're just blurring the lines. There's no such thing as you now versus you in the past. Like, they're the same person. Your cells may change every 7 years, but you don't. Because you are more than your body. You are way more than the cells that make up your corporeal form. No, I know we're in the weeds, but yeah, every 7 years, like, yeah, it's new cells, but not every single part of you. Dude, these fillings that make up my teeth, right? They're still me. My fillings weren't even originally me, but they're me now. And they are and will always be whatever they are because they're fucking metal. Yeah, we're a self-actualized bag of chemicals, right? The cells that make us up do not comprise of who we are. We are greater than the sum of all of our parts. Haters change with every stream? Nah, dude, I got haters for days. It's kind of crazy how much they lurk my stream. Haters are fans with a different lens. I get that a little bit, Mr. Friend, but no, I still think about it. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, no matter is new. We're just a recomposition of the atoms around us. Yeah, for sure, man. Nothing's created from scratch. We're just a recreation of all of the atoms that have ever been in the universe. That's a great way of thinking about it there, Larobi. Yeah. I do love these conversations. Honestly, this is one of my favorite parts of streaming. You know something I'm like I really like recognize lately? Bot's a real dude. He's a real dude. Like, he pretends to be all nonchalant and like laissez-faire, etc. But like, nah, man, he's a real dude. Do you not know Bot? He streamed here on Twitch ages ago. He fucking made bank off of crypto and NFTs and a bunch of other shit. So he never has to work again. But he still does stuff because he's awesome. He's a real dude. I don't know for sure. I don't know his financial situation. I'm pretty sure that dude never needs to work another day in his life. But he's a real dude. When I have some of those comments, like the one I just posted, right? The haters one. Dude, he's one of the first, like, the likes. He's one of the first likes of these things that are really like metaphysical or philosophical or whatever, right? Like, I don't know, man. Lightspeed, he's been a holder of crypto since ages ago. I'm willing to bet that dude made bank off some fucking Bitcoin he's been holding since like 2012. That dude was definitely farming Bitcoin back in the day. Like, just look at him. He definitely did. Okay? Nah, he's set for life. And he's smart. And I don't know if you've ever chatted with him besides when he's memeing on his channel. He's a little manic with how quickly he talks about things and blah, blah, blah. But dude, yeah, he's one of the smartest people I've ever chatted with. For sure. Bot. I'll just shout him out. It's so easy. There you go. There's the link. You should follow him. He doesn't stream very often. He's part of the terminal crew, right? Like the terminal like .shop like coffee people. He's part of that crew and everything. He might be my favorite part of that crew at this point. He might be my favorite part of that crew. He is definitely that manic. Yeah, for sure. Tej, Prime, Adam, Dax, and BeginBot. That is the 5 people behind the coffee company. The other guys are great. Like, they're all awesome. I would say Prime as a person, not his character, for sure. Adam.dev is actually so, like, cool and sincere. Like, that dude's really awesome. And then the rest of them are cool too, right? Tej is great. Dax is great. But man, yeah, my favorite's BeginBot. He really is. He's my favorite from that whole crew. Like, they're all cool in their own right. But if I had to pick a favorite, it's actually BeginBot. They are terminal.shop. They're the coffee company. Like, X Factor, do you live in a fucking, like, underground bunker or something? Yeah, the coffee guys. Come on, man. Keep up. Now, they each have their, like, their own podcasts. And, yeah. Super great people. I like every single one of them in their own right. But BeginBot's actually my favorite. Don't tell him that. It'll go to his head. It's all right. He doesn't stream that much these days. You guys will forget before the next time he streams. It's okay. You're saying like an escape room thing? Oh, I don't know. That's tough because that's like a separate thing. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue. I don't know. I don't think I know the entire crew well enough to make that an informed decision. My knowledge of Dax and Adam is way less than the other guys. Well, I get that light speed, but also, technically, wasn't there like some stuff that the daytime crew did to make it worse? Weren't there some like hidden things in the cursor config? Maybe it was a meme. I don't know, because I didn't watch enough of all of it, but I could have sworn the daytime crew was doing stuff to mess with the nighttime crew. I could have sworn the daytime crew was messing with the nighttime crew. I could be wrong, but it was definitely something that chat was saying while I was lurking. And I don't think Dax was actually a part of the vibe coding experience. I don't think he was there. Ooh, yeah, I don't know, Lightspeed. There was enough people in chat saying, like, check the cursor config. Just check the cursor config. I don't know if they did. Mr. Friend, maybe you missed it. The Primogen and a bunch of people worked together on a thing where it was a Cursor-sponsored 7 days, where they had a week or 7 days to launch a game from pure vibe coding. Plot twist, they did not purely vibe code it. Maybe Lightspeed. I don't know. I have no idea. I just simply think those guys are not vibe code pilled enough to have done it anyway. Yeah, like they'd never tell us if they did anyway. But I would just simply say, no, Cursor has a vested interest, and I use that phrase, vested interest, to mean that they have a monetary interest in promoting something specific. In some cases, vested interest is literal, meaning that someone's stock has vested and they made money off of some sale, etc. Like the thing I said about Kent C. Dodds years ago. Right? It's fine. It's in the past. I don't know the dude. I believe we are on good terms nowadays. I don't want to jeopardize that again. Just recognizing that, yes, he was promoting Remix a month before it got acquired by Spotify. Or Shopify. Tomato. Could he have disclosed that better in blog posts? Maybe. Maybe. I believe in 100% ethical disclosure. If you make any money off anything you promote, it needs to be absolutely public, beyond a shadow of a doubt. Like 1000%. That is something I believe at the core of my being. Like morally, and I believe technically ethically too. There are some people that think those terms don't apply to the internet because they're outdated terms that applied to like radio and TV. And if you think the internet doesn't apply, do you truly believe that, or are you just trying to be an asshole about it? So yeah, anyway, whatever. I believe we are close enough to a point where, yes, this is the last one of these tonight. And again, Kent C. Dodd seems like a nice enough dude. I don't know him. Never chatted with him, never went snowboarding, never did anything. I have no idea. He might be a really nice dude. And the fact that he even removed his block of me means that he at least means well in some way. Right? So you got to respect that at least a little bit. I don't know him any further than that. So I'm not making any statement beyond that. I called out a thing where he was not ethically disclosing a bias. I was harsh in the way I phrased it, and I got blocked. But the fact that he removed it is actually really cool of him. And that's all I got. I'm not going to speak any deeper on that topic. That's all I got. Based on that alone, I'd have a beer with him, but he doesn't drink. I'll go snowboarding with him, as long as he doesn't mind if I drink. I would still happily challenge him and or Ryan Florence to a game of horse or snow in the terrain park. I'm older than both of those guys. I don't know if you know that. I'm older than both Ryan Florence and Kent C. Dodds. I'd still challenge either one of them or maybe both of them as a team to a game of snow on a snowboard in the terrain park? Keeping in mind, yes, I have a bias. I used to get free gear. But I'm also 40, about to be 41. I got at least 5 years on those guys, so come on, man. There's basically not a single person in the JavaScript, TypeScript, or programming limelight that I wouldn't challenge to a game of snow in the terrain park. Right? We could do it for a charity. I'll bet a couple $100 towards a charity of either one of our choice. And I don't even ride park anymore. I haven't ridden park in like 3+ years, maybe 4 at this point. Actually, like pre-COVID. Damn, it's more than that. Shit. But I could do some shit. All right, so yeah. Let's do a little bit of BS. Let's at least just hammer out just a little bit more of what we're trying to do. The page renders. All right, cool. All right, so our check for that button being deactivated. Well, yeah, profile form state is valid. What we actually want to do is that. And then it's always active. But here we go. All right. So we got that there. You have become boredom. Wait, why is that? Because I actually started like kicking back into code? You wanted me to keep ranting or something? Come on, man. Take it easy. To make... Yeah, sorry. It says lore. To make banks, sometimes you got to do some shady things. I disagree. I think it is totally possible to be ethical and make money. It's just not easy. And a lot of people want to take the easy way out. I absolutely think you can become an ethical billionaire. But it's way more effort. I don't think you need to be morally gray, ethically gray, etc. No, I know you had the kappa. Nah, I disagree. That's all. Yeah, I think actually for teams, no, we don't have a settings button for that. Profile, teams, delete account. Yeah, technically the delete org and delete account functionality needs to be there too. All right, so the big thing is we need to actually start looking up a bunch of backend stuff, right? We need to do the backend endpoints for saving profile changes. We need to then start doing a lookup of the teams that you're on, and then being able to leave a team. This might be a solid point to call it good. And then, we got tomorrow, which is Friday, in which we can continue doing all this stuff. I think delete account and delete team are things we need to do, but we don't have to do them today. So yeah, let me add like a leaving off. Yeah, I think that is the point we're going to leave off on. Because, I got the whiskey in me. But, nah. I think we did a lot of really good stuff today. I'm actually really proud of it. We got a lot of work done. And we even started out a new feature that we can, pick back up on. I think there's value to that. So, Stormreel, thank you for that follow. I appreciate you. But we're going to go raid someone who's even streaming right now. Who's even going? I'm going to guess Code Drift, you're definitely not streaming right now. So, who's going? We raided Ear End recently. Killed it. Awesome dude. Evan MMO, he's gonna be playing some Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remaster. Sounds good, for sure. Nah, we went super late. Honestly, we did what we did because I just wanted to hang out anyway. Oh, you know what? It's a Thursday. We're gonna go raid Keto Kibu. Yeah. I keep forgetting. Yeah, Thursday nights. If we go late enough, we can raid Keto Kibu. He's a good dude. He is our Rockstar ambassador for GetKraken. And he's a good dude. Yeah, dude. Some of the stuff he's reported, man, he is a rockstar. So let's go see what he's doing. Fuck it. He's 2 hours in. Who knows how long he's going? Start with the sneeze. But, yeah. We're gonna go raid Keto Kibu. Yes, great stream. I think you guys will like it. Sorry for the sneeze. People on YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. Man, we had a really good stream on YouTube tonight, too. 40 views at 41 average viewer duration? Like, man, y'all are the best. Thank you, YouTube. I appreciate you. I will bid YouTube farewell as our raid's ticking down in the Twitch stuff, but I'll be here tomorrow. Friday stream, same Chris time, same Chris channel. So, see y'all again soon. Later, YouTube.